Chapter 1576. Actually, at this moment, the soul that had successfully taken over the body had yet to fully absorb the memories of the unlucky Yuanying. It would take a long time to fully absorb the memories, but the problem was that the black corpse did not know him. This was the first time they were on the same side. How would he know anything about him? He only knew that the Yuanying was indeed one of the 11. I was ambushed by a mental attack. It was definitely targeting me. I was wondering if it was because of those words. But when I retaliated, I ended up implicating Senior. This was not what I wanted. Maybe I was a little nervous. Everything he said was the truth, so it was flawless. However, he did not mention the most important part. The black corpse nodded. It was obvious that the Holy Spirit was hiding in the dark, trying to provoke them to kill each other. This was the space controlled by the Holy Spirit, so it wasn't strange for it to have the ability to conceal itself. Fortunately, he knew when to stop. Otherwise, this little nascent soul would have been killed by him before the Holy Spirit could kill it. The only thing he was curious about was that the treasure of the strange mountain was very powerful. How could it not deal with a small Yuanying? Or was it in his own space? Was it just to sow discord? It seemed a little unnecessary. Just follow me and don't get separated. Otherwise, with your reckless personality, you will die if you meet the swordsman. You won't even have a chance to cry out. The black corpse ridiculed the swordsman. He was also dissatisfied with that kick. He did not return it, he only wanted to vent his anger. The situation in the space was very complicated. The worst thing was that the space was collapsing, so their senses were greatly weakened. It would be very difficult to gather everyone together. It would take time. He slowly flew in front, hoping to meet other companions. It would be best if it was his senior. The Yuanying followed closely behind, seizing the time to absorb the Yuanying's memories and digest the Holy Spirit's abilities. He was getting stronger with every breath, as long as he had enough time. Lu Xiaoyi and the black corpse had the same idea. They wanted to gather everyone together. It was not that they wanted to protect everyone, but they did not want to accidentally kill each other. He didn't know how to control his strength. If there were any abnormalities, he would never stop. This was a habit. It was precisely because he had a strong confidence in his own strength that his movement speed was the fastest among all of them. However, this kind of blind man groping like an elephant was also very difficult to help him bump into other people. His divine sense was too severely limited, so he was also very helpless. No matter how difficult it was, even a blind cat could encounter a mouse. Vaguely sensing a breath from the side, Lu Xiaoyi unhesitatingly drew his sword. He didn't use his sword to kill, but to prove his identity. Since he couldn't send his divine sense over, he could only use such a crude method to ensure that he wouldn't miss out on his companions. It was better than flying over, as it was easier to put himself in danger. The flying sword in his hand had a unique distinguishing property, so he didn't have to worry about people not recognizing it. Sure enough, when the sharp killing intent of his flying sword slashed over, that person actually stopped. He was a smart person and knew that the flying sword was not here to kill him. The two of them began to approach cautiously. They were so close that they could communicate with each other using their spiritual senses, but they were still outside their own safety boundaries. The sound of the river came from afar. Is it senior brother Lu? Little brother Kawamori? The one that you kicked earlier? Lu Xiaoyi laughed and scolded, "You're such a cunning person. How dare you trick me with lies? Are you suspecting that I'm a Holy Spirit in disguise?" What he kicked was the black corpse, not He Qian. Therefore, this guy's casual words were actually a trap. They were all smart people who valued their lives very much. He Qian then came closer and laughed, "Senior brother Lu, don't blame me. My life is more important. Even if it's my master, hey, I might still give it a try." Lu Xiaoyi was very serious. "Do you mean that Holy Spirits have the ability to imitate a human's body?" He Qian nodded. "I also heard rumors that Holy Spirits are good at all kinds of imitations. Just from the appearance and breath, it's impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Of course, deep-level things like the methods of Taoism can't be copied. They can only learn to be specious." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. This was a little troublesome. How can we find this thing in the first place? Just by feeling? Or does your anchor chain Taoism have special methods in this regard? He Qian shook his head. There's no need for special methods. After all, this kind of existence is a special case. No Taoism in the cultivation world would create a set of methods just because of a special case. In fact, it's not difficult to crack it. If we know it in advance, we just need to communicate with the code. If we don't know it, then no method will work. Lu Xiaoyi looked serious. So, between you and me, I'm afraid we'll have to try it out first. I've heard that the anchor chain Taoism is mysterious and unpredictable. I've always wanted to try it out. Today, I'm here to experience it. He Qian didn't refuse. Cultivators had to be serious and cautious like this. Since there was time and opportunity, it was better to be at ease with each other. Only by knowing each other's details could they really trust each other. In the future, they might be able to find out the possible infiltrator at the right time, no matter what method they used. The two of them had a congenial conversation. Then, they stretched out their hands. Lu Xiaoyi's sword was merciless. He Qian's Taoism was marvelous. After dozens of moves, they had a good understanding of each other. They had fought before when Lu Xiaoyi had just arrived and suppressed everyone. For cultivators like them, a short fight was enough to remember a lot of things. Now that they had a try, they could distinguish the real from the fake. Since they had trust in each other, it was much easier to talk and do things. Lu Xiaoyi reminded, originally, the safest solution would be for the two of us to act together. But as you know, this space isn't that big, but it isn't that small either. The chances of meeting others when we act together are purely based on luck. And I don't think we have much time to slowly find everyone, so, He Qian nodded, I understand. If we act separately, the chances of meeting others will increase by 50%. I think so too. Especially that sacred spirit. If we work together, it will definitely not appear in front of us. Lu Xiaoyi praised inwardly. It was needless to say that cultivators from large domains had great foresight. Even if the sacred spirit was praised as a god by the outside world, it still dared to face it alone. This showed that it had a Taoist heart. When we meet that thing, we might as well make a big commotion. This way, we can support each other. Also, when we meet other people, we must be careful. Don't be careless, even if it's your master. He Qian nodded, of course. The one I should be most wary of now is my master, because he's the closest person to me and the one who can make me lose my guard the most easily. So, what's our secret code? It has to be special, the kind that's not easy to guess. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. This kind of thing was not difficult for him. In my hometown, there's a doctor named Hua Tuor. He likes to use scalpels the most. Our secret code is Hua Tuor's 3 strings. Hey, this head of yours is going to be cut open. Chapter 1577. He Qian was confused, but it was true that no one would be able to guess it. So, he came up with another idea. There's another possibility. We have suspicions but can't be sure. Should we also arrange a code for them? Let them feel at ease and think that they've gained our trust. Then when we gather together, they won't be able to escape. He Qian's brain was very good, and he was very considerate. The space they were in was the home ground of the strange mountain holy spirits. Needless to say, coming and going freely was the most basic convenience of home ground. Even if someone as strong as Lu Xiaoyi might be able to repel the holy spirits, it would be more difficult to kill or capture them. Therefore, He Qian's idea was that if he encountered such a suspicious person, he would pass on another set of code words. This way, the others would know what was going on once they heard it, and they would be on guard against it. Lu Xiaoyi nodded, that's right. In my hometown, there's a general named Cao Cao. He's suspicious and jealous. Why don't we use Cao Cao's 3 strings? Bulsh *T, drag it out, and kill it. He Qian was dumbfounded. What kind of weird hometown was this? What kind of nonsense is this? But there was one good thing, no one would be able to guess it. The two of them had already made up their minds. They wished each other good luck and each chose a direction to take action separately. Their goal was to connect everyone together before the saint spirits made their move. It was not entirely to save anyone, but to kill the host saint spirit. A holy spirit that could perfectly mimic itself was very scary. For Lu Xiaoyi, there were only 3 people he could test by fighting. The vicious duo and He Qian. He didn't even fight with the 3 cups, let alone the other 6 cultivators. He wasn't too worried about himself. If this thing dared to attack him, he could only fight with his bare hands. What he was worried about was that until now, they still didn't fully understand the stone's intention. Was it for the blood sacrifice? Or something else? He hated this kind of situation the most. He couldn't fight freely and was restrained everywhere. He couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. He continued to move quickly, and in the meantime, he encountered another aura passing by in the distance. When he wanted to get closer, he quickly left. It seemed that the other party was deeply wary of him, which was human nature. If he didn't deliberately chase after him, there would be more misunderstandings. For someone who didn't even dare to come into contact with him, there was no reason for him to help him. If he wasn't unyielding and irresponsible, he would be swallowed up by the cruel cultivation world sooner or later. The order of the space was getting more and more chaotic. It was as if countless tiny spaces were about to collapse at any moment. Under such circumstances, not only was it difficult for one's divine sense to reach far, even spells and flying swords were beginning to be affected. Due to the shattering of the tiny spaces, one's vision was also becoming fragmented. It was as if a group of mortal martial artists were having a night fight in a dark hall. Because he was moving recklessly, a few moments later, his sharp senses detected a trace of abnormality in the tangled and complicated environment. It seemed that there was a battle going on. He followed the trail, and soon, the aura became clear. He couldn't determine who was dead because the aura of the 2 was very unfamiliar. However, he had his own methods. With a flash of sword light, a sword river surged and instantly enveloped the 2's battlefield. In his opinion, if they were on his side, they would definitely stop because the cultivators here had all seen his sword aura river. It couldn't be replicated. If they didn't stop, it meant that they might be a sacred spirit. Sure enough, under the sword aura river, one of the perfected cultivators with a higher realm immediately stopped, but the one with a lower realm was struggling in vain. With Lu Xiaoyi's help, the perfected cultivator released his divine sense. "Senior brother Lu, it's me. Quickly come over and see what's going on." It was a perfected cultivator from another satellite. Lu Xiaoyi had seen him before. He had no problem because he was familiar with Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword. Moreover, a perfected cultivator was having a hard time fighting against a Yuanying. Calling him a sacred spirit was overestimating him. The other cultivator was also a familiar face. He was a Yuanying cultivator and a Kuan cultivator. She had already stopped resisting because she could barely hold on when the perfected cultivator attacked. However, when the new perfected cultivator attacked with his flying sword, her defense was immediately stripped away. A flying sword was pressed against her forehead, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid of dying for no reason. The bad news was that she had no room to struggle in front of this person. The good news was that she was very familiar with this person. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and removed his flying sword. He asked with concern, "Huaijin, what's going on? Did your elders see that the number of blood sacrifices wasn't enough, so they started to attack their own people?" Huaijin calmed herself down. She had a good impression of this swordsman and knew that he was a decent person. She just didn't know if he would believe her words. It was indeed hard to believe. For example, the perfected cultivator just now didn't believe her at all and only wanted to take her down. She didn't hesitate. This was the only thing she could do after entering. Thus, she told him everything she knew. She didn't hide anything, because hiding anything now would bring danger to everyone. Lu Xiaoyi listened quietly and didn't say anything. He looked at the perfected cultivator. "What do you think? How did you meet? Who made the first move?" The perfected cultivator was bitter. "I made the first move. Because I saw her. It's not that I suspect she's a sacred spirit, but that she's from Strange Mountain's orthodoxy. What she said just now, she also said to me before, but I can't tell if it's true or not. Thus, I want to capture her and let everyone decide. Senior brother Lu, you have to be careful. She's not the only one who came in, including old Shi. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Things had become more troublesome. Possession was harder to distinguish than blending in. After a certain period of time, the person who was possessed would completely become the previous person, possessing his memories, abilities, and even orthodoxy. As long as he didn't say anything, who would be able to tell? Even smashing open his skull and looking into his sea of consciousness might not be able to tell. Their previous judgment was that it was a blood sacrifice. In order to achieve the fusion effect, the cultivator's life had to be sacrificed. Thus, the prerequisite for all precautions was to guard against sneak attack. But now, it seemed that sneak attack still existed, but the goal wasn't a blood sacrifice, but a possession. There has to be a basis to judge the situation. I think she's telling the truth. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the perfected cultivator. The perfected cultivator nodded. Actually, this judgment wasn't hard to make. He had never treated this woman as a hidden sacred spirit. Lu Xiaoyi quickly made his decision. Alright, since that's the case, the best solution now is to gather everyone. We need to split up and inform everyone. The space is chaotic and we can't pinpoint the exact location. But there's one thing everyone can feel. The time limit is 4 hours. Everyone should gather at the location of the collapse. Chapter 1578. The perfected cultivator hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Lu Xiaoyi was relieved. Now it seems that the fusion between the Holy Spirit and the spiritual substance is far from perfect. Otherwise, the spiritual substance wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to drag the three from Strange Mountain into its trap and collapse its own space. There's no need for that at all. Its purpose is to create chaos. If it has the ability of the Holy Spirit, would it need to go through so much trouble? So don't be afraid, just fly as fast as you can. It can't face the perfected cultivator directly, but I have to remind you, don't fight with others, especially Huoshi. Although this thing can't take over your body directly, it can take advantage of you when you're injured in battle and your strength is greatly reduced. The perfected cultivator nodded. The swordsman's judgment was very sharp. They didn't have any better ideas now. The code words were meaningless. After taking over someone's body, no secrets could be hidden anymore. Taking over someone's body was almost impossible to solve. The only thing they could count on was time, before the Holy Spirit completely inherited the person's memories. The two separated again. Lu Xiaoyi brought Huai Jin and continued to circle around. Huai Jin said weakly, I can actually go and inform the others. Lu Xiaoyi refused. How? How many people will believe you? What if a fight breaks out and the Holy Spirit takes advantage of it? Plus, you're still under suspicion. Maybe that thing will take over your body and pretend to be pitiful to pass the test. Huai Jin was speechless and a little annoyed. But she knew that the swordsman was probably trying to protect her. If there was no other choice, the Holy Spirit would definitely choose the weakest to take over first. The four of them were the best targets. But she still wasn't convinced. If I'm the Holy Spirit in disguise, you're the one who should be most careful. Lu Xiaoyi sneered. It's not that stupid. Among the 14 of us, I'm the only one it doesn't dare to take over. It knows very well. Huai Jin thought for a while and was still curious. Why did you choose to believe me at the first moment? Didn't you think that I'm the Holy Spirit's soul? Lu Xiaoyi glanced at her. You want to hear the truth? Huai Jin said, I want to hear it. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Because the world of cultivators is essentially a world of power. What was the greatest wish of a soul that had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years? He was a man of honor, not only in terms of status, but also in terms of power and realm, including the position on the bed. Huai Jin turned her head away angrily. She wanted to retort that women could also invert heaven and earth, but these words were ambiguous. The more she said, the more unbearable it would be. She might as well not say it. Sure enough, the more serious a person was, the more promiscuous they were, and the more worthless they were. After a long time, she also realized that if this dragged on, the possibility of everyone escaping together was very high. At most, a strange thing would sneak into the group. Then you won't let Martial Uncle off? Lu Xiaoyi disagreed. Everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. No matter what your original intention was, what others saw was the result. What kind of result do you think your martial uncle should have? Everyone should be merciful and let the elderly off this once. Then, he made him think that it was the same as his research on the Tao realm, where it was fine to make a mistake once and he could start over again. Is there an end to it? Do you have to see blood, the blood of many people, to teach a person the right idea? I know what you want to say. Martial Uncle is not a bad person. He is usually kind to people. It's just that after doing research for so long, his brain has become a little stubborn. A great evil person may not be able to do great evil, thinking that everyone is guarding against him. The worst are those who do evil unintentionally. It's really impossible to guard against them, stabbing the sky with one stab. You can't blame him, and you have to forgive him. Why? Seeing that the woman was speechless, he reminded her, only the blood sacrifice, it was his idea, right? What else is there to say? Huai Jin was silent. She understood the reason, but after all, he was her martial uncle. Some things could not be cut off. In the end, Lu Xiaoyi comforted her. It's my personal principle that I have to bear the responsibility, but whether to expand the hatred to the sect's power, you have to be careful. It's the same for you. Sacrificing yourself for the greater good is the way the cultivation world exists. If you don't want to lose anything, you may lose everything in the end. It's cruel, but it's also very practical. This is the cultivation world. While flying around, Lu Xiaoyi and Bai Guang met a few more cultivators, including Bai Guang and 2 cultivators from another satellite. Just like the previous time, they explained the situation and scattered people to gather. What worried him the most was that, based on what these people had seen, experienced, or felt, a fight was inevitable. The old Daoist played a very bad role in this. He always wanted to explain everything to the people he met, but instead, he caused a fight, because none of the cultivators who had been tricked into coming here were magnanimous enough to forgive him. If there was a fight, there was a possibility that that thing could take advantage of it. Can you tell me about the Holy Spirit of your strange mountain? The more detailed, the better. Anyway, this thing can no longer be the treasure of your sect after this change. Huai Jin thought about it and knew that this was also the truth. There was nothing to hide. The so-called Holy Spirit is the name of our strange mountain. Maybe the outside world doesn't think so. As a soul body, it originated from a postnatal young god spirit treasure upper realm that had failed and destroyed its treasure body, and was now a soul body drifting about. It's impossible to know how Strange Mountain got it, but for thousands of years, it has established a very deep relationship with the cultivators of Strange Mountain. As a spirit treasure that failed to become a half-immortal, it has many things that human beings can't compare with. Its strength is also very strong. In Strange Mountain, where there are no young spirit cultivators, it's not an exaggeration to call it a holy spirit. He sighed. Spirit treasures are different from human beings, but they also have something in common. After losing its life treasure, the strength of the Holy Spirit, Yuan, is actually declining. It's just that the speed of decline is particularly slow compared to human beings. We have been trying our best to delay the decline of its strength. It can't be said that there is no effect, but it is indeed not great. We have found a variety of bodies for it, all kinds of spirit treasures, all kinds of weapons, all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. Unfortunately, Yuan is not interested in them. We know that it misses its original treasure, but for a spirit treasure of that level, even if it is acquired, where can we find an identical one? Huai Jin shook his head gently. Shubwa Baosha is the person in charge of taking care of Yuan in this generation of Strange Mountain. This care has been over for more than 1,000 years, and they know each other very well. In Strange Mountain, no one can rely on the Holy Spirit like Shubwa Baosha. It is also because of this that Shubwa Baosha was able to persuade Yuan to fuse with a space treasure like the Void Crown. But Shubwa Baosha's mistake was that he shouldn't have added a trace of human soul during the fusion. As a result, after all his planning, he made a wedding dress for someone else. It is also destined, and there is nothing he can do. Chapter 1579. What kind of abilities do sacred spirits have? Lu Xiaoyi was very concerned about this. This was the essence of a swordsman, because in the end, they still had to rely on their fists to solve problems. Huai Jin thought for a moment and said apologetically, regarding Yuan's abilities, I can only say that I've heard rumors in the mountain. Because at my level, I've never had the chance to directly come into contact with a sacred spirit. First, there's the mimicry. Yuan can exist in any form in the world, at least from the surface, it's absolutely lifelike. As for the deeper level, it depends on how deep one's understanding of the orthodoxy is. For example, for our strange mountain, if Yuan disguises himself as a strange cultivator, I'm afraid that even people like us won't be able to tell the difference. Of course, if he wants to disguise himself as an unfamiliar swordsman like you, he'll be exposed as soon as he makes a move. Secondly, there's the spiritual attack. As a former sun god hornet and an acquired spiritual treasure, its spiritual power is the cornerstone of all its powers. Therefore, almost all of its forms of attack will revolve around spiritual power. Lastly, there's the Tao realm. Yuan's original body is actually a space treasure, and its level is even higher than the levitation crown. This is why the body that Shubwa found for it must also be a space treasure. You also know that things like space treasures are really hard to find in the cultivation world. There's no direction, and you can only rely on luck. For tens of thousands of years, our strange mountain hasn't found a treasure that can truly replace its original body. This void crown is considered to be on the same level, and it might be because Yuan finally agreed to refine his body. Lu Xiaoyi tried his best to find clues from all the information. He always felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed, but because of the lack of information, he couldn't make a judgment. In fact, all of this didn't have much to do with him. As long as he didn't blame Huai Shi for pulling him into the space treasure, when the space dissipated and he left the Ferris wheel, all of this would naturally have nothing to do with him. But human beings are always inquisitive, and in the case of strange and confusing events, every man is the best detective. There was still some time left for him to stay here, and he could not afford to just sit there and do nothing. He would just treat it as solving an IQ problem. Do you have anything to tell me about the living habits, personalities, behaviors, preferences, and so on of the Holy Spirits? Huai Jin smiled awkwardly. This is also my first time coming into contact with the Holy Spirit, Yuan. I never had the chance to do so before. As for its habits, you also know that it was once a spiritual treasure, not a human being. What hobbies could it have? Boredom was their nature, wasn't it? We've been out for so long this time, but I haven't heard it say a single word. It's just a piece of wood, the kind that doesn't have any vitality. Lu Xiaoyi changed the topic. Do you have anything to say about your martial uncle's stone hugging? Do you think his actions this time are normal? What kind of person was he? Tao realm madman? Research genius? Eccentric? Unreasonable? No friends? Huai Jin shook her head. It's not as bad as Senior thinks. Although I don't agree with Martial Uncle's actions this time, it doesn't mean that I can freely slander Martial Uncle's past. Martial Uncle has very little contact with us, because he doesn't have any disciples. But he's a warm-hearted person. While taking care of the Holy Spirit, Yuan, he almost always grants the requests of his disciples. Especially when it comes to Tao realm learning, he almost never hides anything, so his popularity is not as bad as you think, but rather, he's widely known in the strange mountain. This is also the reason why Senior Brother and I accepted the order to follow him. As for Martial Uncle's actions this time, this is what I find the most strange. It's indeed not like Martial Uncle's usual behavior. He's obsessed with Tao realm research and rarely cares about the grudges of the sect outside. Moreover, Martial Uncle is not a person who likes to fight. He definitely has strength, after all, his cultivation level is there, but Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. The ominous black and white duo has a grudge with the strange mountain. It seems that a few days ago, they even attacked the people of the strange mountain. Then, did these killed cultivators have a particularly close relationship with your Martial Uncle? Did they make him very angry, so he uncharacteristically acted so heavily? Huai Jin was also very confused. Martial uncle is a cultivator who has lived for almost 4,000 years. How could he have any relatives? And no disciples. And I've never heard of any friends despite the difference in age, so I also find it very strange. Martial uncle is not a person who is full of vigor, so why did he do such a cruel thing? Without the permission of the higher-ups of the sect, he mobilized the Holy Spirit, our Yuan, and set a trap on the Ferris wheel. It's not only to take revenge on the ominous black and white, but also to kill innocent people like you. I don't understand this, either. Could it be that he has reached a dead end in space research, so he deviated from his original direction? But at the last moment, Martial uncle still listened to our advice and ordered the Holy Spirit, our Yuan, to stop the plan. But at this time, the Holy Spirit has been controlled by the human spirit, and will no longer listen to us. Lu Xiaoyi nodded and tried hard to digest the information he got, hoping to find the most important thing from it. Is it very difficult to find possession? Huai Jin asked cautiously. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. First of all, I don't know much about possession. After all, it's not the specialty of my orthodoxy. However, according to the few records about it in the world of cultivation, possession doesn't mean much. Because if this is the path to the great Tao, then every high-level cultivator will choose this path when they reach the end of the road. If so, the world of cultivation will be in chaos. Of course, if it's the soul of an acquired spiritual treasure, only God knows what's the difference. He looked at the woman and said seriously, I've always thought that no matter if it's a mortal or a cultivator, the cornerstone of the relationship between people is mutual respect. I can't beat someone until their 3 souls leave their body and 7 spirits leave their body just because they might be suspicious. This isn't something a cultivator should do. But if we don't use violence and only rely on deduction, in fact, time is on the side of that thing. As time goes by, that thing will integrate more and more deeply with other people's memories, until we can't get the reason why. Huai Jin was very sharp. You mean that the human spirit has succeeded? Lu Xiaoyi snorted. It's just a guess. If he's smart enough, he won't try to eat you all in one go. Instead, he'll start from the nascent soul stage. Do you think there's anyone like the 4 of you who can resist his forceful possession? That's why I've been asking them not to fight so easily, because I'm afraid that thing will take advantage of the situation. In the chaos, no one knows what's going on between each other, who's lying, who's hiding. Humans are so complicated. Even if they're innocent, for some inexplicable reason, they can lie for no reason. Chapter 1580. Lu Xiaoyi and Bai Qian didn't find anything else. 4 hours later, when they arrived at the origin of the space collapse, they finally saw traces of people. He Qian looked at him carefully. Who are Tuor? Lu Xiaoyi laughed and scolded. He's not impersonating, he's possessing. What's the use of those code words? Not to mention 3, even 10 will be answered clearly. He Qian was very bored. Soon, everyone gathered together. Lu Xiaoyi counted. There were a total of 9 people present. Of the 11 who were framed, only 7 came back. The other 2 were Huai Jin and Yang Li, the 2 Yuanying from Strange Mountain. The only difference between them was that one was intact, while the other had a bloody nose and a swollen face. Of the 4 people floating outside, one was old Taoist Hugging Shi, another was old Taoist Sankup, and there was also a true monarch and a Yuanying. They were all from another satellite. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. The old folks are really good at playing hide and seek. He Qian smiled bitterly. The older they are, the more afraid they are of death. That's why they hid well. Except for Hugging Shi, we didn't meet the others. Old Taoist Hugging Shi relied on the fact that he once presided over the Void Crown, so he came into contact with many battles. None of us were able to catch him. Lu Xiaoyi asked, who fought with him? He Qian answered, many people. Me, Black Corpse, White Light, and 2 true monarchs. Lu Xiaoyi was very sharp and found the problem. He's lucky to have met many people. With his experience of presiding over the Void Crown, it's not difficult to hide from you. But now he's the one who meets the most frequently. What does this mean? White Light pondered and said, he did it on purpose. I have the same feeling. What's the purpose? On the surface, Is it to tell each of us that the Holy Spirit is out of control? That seems to make sense. He Chen sneered. There may be other deeper meanings. For example, using the chaos of battle to create an opportunity for something to possess. The black corpse laughed involuntarily. Then, are we all suspected of being possessed? If that's the case, I don't think I can think of a way to prove my innocence. Who has it? Teach me too. This was a bit of a complaint, but it was also human nature. No one was willing to be suspected of being possessed. That would be an insult to one's strength. White Light stopped his brother from complaining. We are indeed suspicious, but we are not the only ones. It seems like there's no way to explain this. He turned to look at Lu Xiaoyi. What do you think, Brother Lu? You are our chosen leader, and I personally believe that no matter who it is here, you will be safe. Lu Xiaoyi was a little surprised. Why? White Light said in a deep voice, I heard that swordsman has a lot of mutual destruction techniques. There are only dead swordsmen, there are no fake swordsmen. I have no other choice but to believe that this legend is true. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Don't believe in legends. Most of them are fake. Since everyone believes in me, I will say two things. First, whether it's the holy spirits of Strange Mountain or the human spiritual beings, they are not familiar with the orthodoxy of the sword vein. So, I will show you a little trick later and let everyone judge whether I am a real swordsman. Second, if everyone thinks that I am real, I can enter your sea of consciousness. As long as you let down your divine defense and don't resist, it will only take a moment. I don't want to harm everyone's lives in front of everyone. This is the fastest way. The scene fell into a dead silence. A cultivator's sea of consciousness was the most important place for a cultivator. Not only was it a matter of life and death, but it could also expose many secrets of a cultivator's 1,000 years of cultivation. This was not a forbidden area that could be easily opened. Even the elders and relatives were no exception. He Chen was the first to respond. I am willing to let go of the divine restriction. Instead of being so suspicious, why don't we just do it? Anyway, I am no match for you. It doesn't matter if you see through my secret. Lu Xiaoyi corrected him. Don't think that I care about your secret. I have a headache because of my own secrets. Besides, spying is mutual. You are afraid that I will look at you, but I don't want you to look at me. My secrets are much bigger than yours. So big that you will be scared to death. This bickering was actually to ease everyone's minds. The two of them were born in a big place. They had broad horizons and extensive knowledge of the sword. Their attitudes were more tolerant, unlike cultivators from small places who treated their secrets as bigger than the sky. In fact, if they really revealed their secrets, it would be a joke. He Chen was a good friend. It was not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of his attitude and judgment. As expected of someone who came from the universe's famous anchor chain, White Light was the second. As a great bandit, he had his ways of being a hoodlum. In fact, to him, he was just a bandit. He was not afraid of the powerful swordsman from the fifth ring. It was much more worthwhile to make friends with him than to offend him. After rampaging through the universe for thousands of years, he still had this bit of knowledge. White Light nodded, and Black Corpse Zhong Jiang naturally followed suit. In fact, it was not a sure thing to use one's mental energy to investigate the sea of consciousness. There were many different situations. For example, whose mental energy was stronger, who had more achievements in the application of mental energy, and whose orthodoxy was more inclined towards this aspect. Now that things had developed to this point, whether or not they could see through it was secondary. The key was whether or not they dared to let others see. If they did not dare, it meant that they were guilty. It was a very simple logic. This was also the reason why He Chen was the first to agree. In fact, these primordial spirits were very clear. Swordsman might be very good at killing people, and his mental energy was also very strong. However, to say that he was good at using mental energy was a bit of an exaggeration. It was more likely that this was just a test. Only swordsmen could test it, because the others did not have the qualifications to do so. He Chen was unable to prove his strength, and with White Light's background as a Black Corpse bandit, who dared to let them see? As for the others, they could not even touch the edge of it. Next was Hui Jin Yang Li. They were the ones who wanted to get rid of suspicion the most, so they had no qualms about it. With the beginning, they were still the strongest few. The remaining 3 were afraid of being suspected, and afraid of being forcefully forced. Therefore, even if they were a little unwilling, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Lu Xiaoyi saw that everyone had agreed and smiled. This was all within his and He Qian's considerations. If they had not discussed this beforehand, they would not have cooperated so well. The purpose was to race against time. After the possession, the longer the mental energy fusion dragged on, the more likely it would be to separate from each other. Until a few years later, no one would be able to sense the split in the person's mental energy other than the person himself. Lu Xiaoyi did not say much. The flying sword on top of his head rushed forward, and millions of sword rays converged into a long sword chi dragon. For a moment, in this chaotic space of the treasure crown, it was as if the universe had just been born, the primordial chaos had been born, and the 5 Taishang had revolved, going against the chaos. Light and shadow scattered, and there was no distinction between clear and turbid. Finally, it was as if they had reached the end of the universe's birth, and there was an indescribable mass of things. The sword rays dispersed, and the 8 of them were stunned for a moment. Then, they bowed deeply towards Lu Xiaoyi. Obviously, the swordsman was compensating them for looking at their sea of consciousness. This compensation was not light. Regardless of whether it was useful in battle, it would be of great help to a cultivator's understanding of the universe. It was a generous gift. Marvelous. More importantly, a swordsman could have such an understanding of the universe. This made them, who were magic cultivators, feel inferior. This was what really surprised them. Indeed, only extraordinary people could do extraordinary things. Chapter 1581. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and did not say anything. He accepted their salutes, just like how he saluted the cultivators of the fruit platter back at the fruit platter. The great Tao should not be treasured, especially these basic theories. The cultivators of the fruit platter taught him not to let him use it as a trump card, but to spread these ideas. This was the true path of cultivation. Therefore, he did not hide it. This was the bearing a cultivator should have. Not something that would become less and less the more it was passed down, and in the end, it would be returned to the heavenly Tao after the person died. This was taught to me by someone else. I'm just giving it away now. There's no need to thank anyone. Being able to pass down these basic things is the best respect for the great Tao. He Qian chuckled. Why don't you have a little more of the others? I feel that it's a little inappropriate for a swordsman to put his energy on the 5th Grand Elder. Something's wrong with you. Seeing everyone's gazes, Lu Xiaoyi rejected straightforwardly. The ability to kill is for the sake of eating. It's not worthy of being elegant. Perhaps someone will see it later. Then, are you ready? He Qian cooperated tacitly and was the first to stand up. It was also to calm everyone's hearts. I'll go first. Lu Xiaoyi warned him, don't think that I'll let down my guard against you just because you're the first. Maybe you're the incarnation of a demon spirit, pretending to be innocent here. As he spoke, he took out a mirror. It was indeed a Tao artifact. He had forgotten which cultivator he got it from. It had the ability to break through illusions, but its effect was actually limited. It was more suitable for environmental application, not for a cultivator's sea of consciousness. Moreover, this thing also required the cultivator to know a certain cultivation technique. How could he know this? It was just a smoke screen. The purpose of his use of this thing was to create a sense of mystery. Dharma cultivators believed in this kind of thing, and it could also conceal his true means, the big bird of the Sparrow Palace. He placed the mirror on his forehead and muttered something. Everyone only saw a faint light flash out of the mirror and instantly enter He Qian's head. In an instant, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly jumped up, and his flying sword flashed out as he shouted, I'll treat you as a demon spirit. How dare you? Everyone realized that something was wrong. Those with quick reactions had already taken out their Tao artifacts and were ready to use their forbidden arts. They pointed their weapons at the stupefied He Qian. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoyi's next sentence was, She's actually wearing pink underwear. Where was the gentleness? Where was his dignity? Where is the bottom line? Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this. Only now did they realize that this was a joke. To liven up the atmosphere and turn a very embarrassing and humiliating process into a game, this was also done with good intentions. Only then did He Qian react. He stomped his feet and scolded, "What's wrong with me wearing pink underwear? Who was he bothering? In the cultivation world, I have the right to wear whatever I want. Don't think that you're the only one with a sharp sword. If we really fight, I might not be afraid of you." Everyone hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Only then did He Qian let the matter go. Although he was mumbling to himself, he had already made a judgment in his heart. Because of the sudden actions of the swordsman, everyone thought that he was playing with fire and burned himself. Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces, but no one noticed that they were relieved of a heavy burden. Of course, a cultivator's emotions couldn't be so obvious. They were all shrewd people. Even if they didn't show it on their faces, there would still be fluctuations in their aura. For example, if they really thought that they were being possessed by a demon spirit, they would enter a state of nervousness before a battle and their aura would unconsciously become heavier. On the other hand, if they were really being possessed by a demon spirit, they would unconsciously feel relieved and their aura would become more relaxed. Under this sudden change, 3 of them reacted calmly, as if they weren't affected at all. As for the others, their aura became heavier as usual. They couldn't completely base it on this. They could only say that they had a rough idea. Perhaps there really was a drama queen who was more engrossed in acting as someone else than herself. They told the swordsman the result. This was actually still a show between the 2 of them. It's just a joke. Relax, relax. Everyone, don't be nervous. We're all friends here, so just treat it as a game. It's very possible that the demon spirit is among the 5 who didn't make it back yet. Why should we be so nervous? Everyone was speechless. The swordsman's way of doing things was always unexpected. He was always able to make a serious matter seem unserious, causing everyone to be in a mess. Next was white light. Those who believed that they were strong enough would always stand in front. Lu Xiaoyi once again placed the mirror on his forehead, but white light suddenly waved his hand and shouted for him to stop. "Brother Lu, please don't say anything like what little brother Riverfront did, okay?" Lu Xiaoyi was surprised. What? Old brother White Light is also wearing underwear? The atmosphere finally relaxed. If even the infamous thief from the dozens of universes near the Ferris wheel could be part of the game, what else could the others complain about? Lu Xiaoyi did the same thing. Once again, a faint light flashed, and the game ended. This time, he didn't jump up, didn't shout, and didn't use his flying sword. He just flew in front of Riverfront and whispered in his ear. After that, he flew in front of another true monarch. He was also acting mysteriously. This situation made everyone confused. Was there something wrong with White Light? Was he contacting everyone to make a move? Or was this still a game? Even though White Light was calm and had strong willpower, he still couldn't help but ask. Could it be that there's something wrong with me? How come I don't know about it? Brother Lu, you're being so mysterious. You're making people feel uneasy. Lu Xiaoyi spread his hands. I'm hungry. Can't I find someone to eat and drink? Brother White, of course there's nothing wrong with you, but you're too hard to serve. You're not willing to talk, and you're not willing to talk either. So should I talk or not? Everyone could see that even if the swordsman was suspicious, he would never turn hostile on the spot. He liked to play dirty. This was a very annoying method, especially for those who had ulterior motives. He would suspect every possible tiny link, desperately trying to cover up every possible mistake he might have made, wishing that he could do it perfectly. Then, he would expose himself in the midst of his efforts to be perfect. How was this observing the sea of consciousness? This is simply a test of your nerves. Those who didn't have ulterior motives wouldn't be affected. However, that thing was troublesome. When faced with such a capricious and unpredictable judge, an invisible pressure would press down on them like a mountain. This swordsman was too scary. Those with weaker personalities would probably collapse on the spot. There were all kinds of methods, normal, abnormal, Funny, serious, oppressive, understated. In any case, everyone's sea of consciousness was scanned in a different way. However, everyone had one thing in common. They no longer had the mood to see what the terrifying swordsman was looking at with the mirror. He Qian watched from the side with admiration. A simple demon-revealing mirror was played with so many tricks. This made him, who had always prided himself on his intelligence, feel a little ashamed of his inferiority. He couldn't win with brute strength, but he couldn't play tricks. That was why he became famous in the universe, not him. The heavenly Tao was still fair. Chapter 1582. Very quickly, all 8 of them finished their investigations. Lu Xiaoyi's expression was solemn. Lu Xiaoyi's Sparrow Palace was very mystical. The fated chance he obtained when he was building his foundation was the biggest fated chance he had had in his 1,000 years of cultivation. The wine became more fragrant the longer it was kept. Only when he reached the level of supreme did he truly understand the significance of the Sparrow Palace and roughly know its origin. It was the noblest phoenix in the world of beast. Because of its innate superiority, his Sparrow Palace's ability was not only displayed in the phoenix's most proficient destiny. In fact, he didn't seem to have borrowed any power from destiny. What he borrowed was often other aspects. For example, this time, through the Sparrow Palace's giant bird's instantaneous floating in the sea of consciousness, it was completely different from normal people's use of spiritual power. It would cause all external things to have nowhere to hide. This wasn't a method of observation. Lu Xiaoyi didn't have this kind of observation ability. It was just the giant bird's instinct to sweep through the sea of consciousness and discover the mutant form within. In addition, under the various pretenses from before, he had observed the changes in everyone's aura. In just a short 4 hours, no matter how brilliant a soul possession was, it was impossible to be flawless. It was still a biting, but this time it was a real bite. However, it felt very familiar to everyone. If this indecent swordsman stood up at the end and said that the demon spirit wasn't among them, no one would be surprised. But this time, it was really different. White Light was the last one to be bitten. Lu Xiaoyi felt very regretful. Brother White, you should talk to your brother. We'll seal off the outside for you. You should be very clear about the original cultivator's condition after the possession. It's up to you to decide whether or not to take action. White Light's heart trembled. He knew that this swordsman was telling him that the black corpse Zhong Jiang's body had been taken over by another human spirit. Although in terms of strength, he didn't believe that the powerful Zhong Jiang would be so easily taken over. Anything could happen in the cultivation world. If something really happened to Zhong Jiang and they couldn't investigate, the one who would be in the most danger after leaving this place would be him, who had the closest relationship with Zhong Jiang. Brother Lu, this isn't something to joke about, Lu Xiaoyi was very certain. Trust me. It hasn't been long since he took over your body, so there's a limit to how much he can fuse with your memories. Since you're so familiar with each other, there should still be plenty of loopholes to exploit. He took a step back and formed a large circle with the other cultivators that he had already communicated with, leaving only the vicious duo in the center. This was their private matter. To an experienced essence soul perfected lord like White Light, there was no need to teach him what to do next. He Qian was very surprised. Senior brother Lu, are you sure you're not mistaken? I always thought that it was impossible for the few of us to be possessed by the spirit in such a short period of time. I was more inclined towards those who were weaker, or even yuaniying. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. It can't be yuaniying. Because in this situation, if he wanted to protect himself, he had to seize the body of at least one true monarch. Just wait and see. The truth will come to light. Kawakomi murmured, this is a little scary. Are all true monarchs so weak? Lu Xiaoyi's expression did not relax much, because he actually had a lot of questions. I can be sure that there's a problem with the black corpse, but I still have some doubts. First, how could a human lonely soul that had been imprisoned and purified for many years be able to occupy the body of a powerful primordial spirit in such a short period of time? I don't think that human soul can do this, unless it's not the spirit of the human, but the holy spirit of Strange Mountain. Second, it was discovered just like that. Isn't it too simple? The thunder is big but the rain is small. Is there something that we haven't noticed? Hetien agreed with his suspicion. In fact, our understanding of the situation came from the two Yuanian cultivators of Strange Mountain. They are unlikely to lie, but their understanding came from Baisha. So, did Baisha tell the truth? Or is there still something hidden? That human spirit is just an illusion in Baisha's mouth. Does it really exist? I think it's very suspicious. Because whether it's controlling a young spirit soul like the Holy Spirit of Strange Mountain, or a living human cultivator like the Black Corpse, I'm afraid it's beyond its power. Lu Xiaoyi was very willing to communicate with smart people. In the past, there was Qing Xian, and now Hetien's brain was also very sharp. In fact, in simple terms, our opponents are nothing more than these four: the Holy Spirit, the Human Spirit, the Void Crown, and Baisha. The Void Crown is already self-destructing, so we can ignore it. The Human Spirit is illusory and has yet to be confirmed. The two most important links in the whole conspiracy, the Holy Spirit and Baisha, seem to be dissociated from the conspiracy, as if they are also victims. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Hetien chuckled. Yes. So I judge that Baisha relied on the fact that he once presided over the Void Crown, so it was easier for him to find people in space than us. He kept provoking us, in fact, to create opportunities for the soul body. Unfortunately, the unlucky one in the end was the Black Corpse. Lu Xiaoyi retorted, maybe there's more than one unlucky one? What if the three of them are in the same group? Find a body for the Human Spirit, and then find a body for the Holy Spirit. The Human Spirit was found by me because of its own ability, but the Holy Spirit was hidden deeper. For example, you. Hetien retorted, in biographies and novels, the most likely ultimate villain is usually the one who is least likely to be the presiding person, so it could also be you. At least we admit that we have fought with Baisha, but you don't even dare to admit this. The two of them attacked each other and enjoyed it. This was a game, and to make a game, one had to have the mentality of a game and put oneself in it. Lu Xiaoyi sneered, we will never find Baisha here. Because he is the master of this space. So when Baisha is done, we don't need to search anymore to avoid giving them an opportunity. We will wait for the space to completely collapse. After we go out, no one will be able to leave, not only us, but also those guys who have been missing. So when the space collapses, the others will stay where they are, while you, Baisha, and I will immediately go out to find them. Hetien agreed, well, if we don't find them, we won't find the truth. They may think that we caught a soul body and everything is fine. Lu Xiaoyi was very puzzled. It's reasonable for Baisha to hide, but what about your master? Isn't he too irresponsible? He's so old, but he doesn't know how to stand up for himself. He just wandered around in the space. How could he know the news? Why did he have to hide like this? Hetien was very embarrassed. My master, you don't know. He looks calm, but in fact, he is very timid. He doesn't care about anything and doesn't want to get involved in any trouble. He calls it training me, but in fact, he is afraid of trouble. His greatest specialty is hiding. If he really hides, no one will be able to find him. Chapter 1583. There was a change in the center of the circle. The communication between Bai Guang and the Black Corpse had changed from words to a fight. This was Bai Guang's responsibility. In the cultivation world, the definition of possession had always been conceptually vague. It was impossible to cut open the skull to find traces of an abnormal spiritual body, so everything was just speculation. It needed to be confirmed. This was generally done by the closest people, relatives, friends, and elders of the same sect. As a fellow disciple, Bai Guang was actually the one who couldn't tolerate his junior brother being taken over. For others, it had nothing to do with them. No one knew what they would do in the future. Maybe they would turn over a new leaf and become a saint instead of a great thief. Obviously, the two people who had the same little secret could be easily distinguished from each other. With Bai Guang's character, he would rather destroy his junior brother's body than let others take over his body and get away with it. This was the inevitable choice of every cultivator. There was no such thing as being merciful for his junior brother who was still alive. This was not the way of thinking of cultivators. However, The beginning of this destruction must be done by Bai Guang and not by others. The battle was extremely fierce from the beginning. The two came from the same sect and knew each other well. However, the black corpse Zhong Jiang's body was a new soul after all. It would take a lot of time to completely master the things in this body. It was not something that could be mastered in just a few hours. What's more, this spiritual body had not fought for nearly 1,000 years. After a few moves, Zhong Jiang fell into a disadvantageous position. This further proved the nature of his possession. In a fight between fellow disciples, under normal circumstances, it would take a few days for them to determine the winner and loser. Bai Guang's face was filled with sorrow. They had been fellow disciples for thousands of years. He didn't expect such a result in the end. As a great thief, he didn't die in the war of the universe, but in the end, he had to fight with his own brother. But he had to kill him, because this was the only way to be worthy of his junior brother. Just like if he was possessed, the black corpse would do the same. This was their tacit understanding. Stealing the universe was cold-blooded. He didn't want his junior brother to live in such a muddle-headed way. Even if he really got rid of the spiritual body, who knew if there would be any future troubles? Would it happen again at some point in the future? If his soul was damaged, he would become the target of revenge from countless enemies. Compared to the unpredictability of the future, it was better to kill him cleanly now. Therefore, White Light showed no mercy. Moreover, he spread the message to the cultivators outside the circle that if the black corpse escaped, they did not have to worry about his feelings. They just had to eliminate him completely. However, his attacks were still restrained. The purpose of this restraint was not to save his junior brother's life, but to capture that soul body alive. He had 10,000 ways to imprison this soul body forever, making it live in fear and torment forever. However, the spiritual body was very clear about what would happen to him in the future. He had been tortured by a research-type cultivator like Huaishe for hundreds of years. How could he do it again? Amidst the heavy encirclement, it was already impossible for him to break out. Not to mention that there was more than one ranker like White Light outside, there was only one swordsman, and there was no way he could escape. This was because he had personally experienced how terrifying the giant bird was. The only thing it could do was to deliberately hurt this body and use all kinds of excessive methods without regard for the consequences. Seeing this, White Light's eyes were about to split open, but there was nothing he could do. This was the final madness of the soul body. In the end, it used its mana to self-explode, blowing up all the consciousness in the sea of consciousness into pieces, leaving behind a broken body. It still had a chance to live. Its intention was obvious. This idiotic body was left for you to raise, or you could kill your own brother. The cruelty of the cultivation world made Huai Jin, who was watching from the side, secretly shocked. No one had died in this conspiracy, which made her feel a little lucky. She always felt that as long as no one died, there would always be room to maneuver. Now, when faced with life and death, it was so decisive. White Light was not that weak. This was the worst situation, but it was also within his expectations. He could only bet that the soul body still had the will to live, so he could find a way to capture it alive. However, if the soul body had the will to die, he could not control the life and death of the soul body in the cultivator's body. You could never control the thoughts, not even the gods. With a wave of his hand, the black corpse's body exploded into particles in the void. This was the end of the cultivator. From now on, there was only one black and white malevolent duo left, completely lonely. There was no sadness, even if there was, it was only for a moment. The primordial spirit realm had long been able to control their own emotions. Flying back to the front of the crowd, he bowed deeply to Lu Xiaoyi. Fortunately, Brother Lu has sharp eyes. Otherwise, if we let it go, who knows how many human tragedies would happen. White Light has nothing to repay you, but if you need me, I will not hesitate. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Why are you thanking me? It's not over yet. We still don't know where the real culprit is. White Light's eyes flashed fiercely. He appeared to be very calm, but in the end, all his attention was on his brother, so he was not vigilant about other people and things. Now that he heard Lu Xiaoyi's words, he reacted a little. Everyone gathered together and listened to He Chen talk about his guesses, and at the same time, made arrangements for the space. Among the crowd, Huai Jin and Yang Li listened with cold sweat. Their martial uncle's shrewdness and secrets were far beyond their imagination. Moreover, these true monarchs from the outside world were all resourceful and decisive. None of them were pushovers. In the world of cultivation, those without brains and strength would not be able to get involved. The plan was very simple, but the more complicated it was, the easier it was for something to go wrong. In fact, everyone gathered here and did not move, ensuring that these people would not be invaded, and only waiting for the moment when the void crown was completely broken and the space collapse. After the space collapsed, everyone in the space would be thrown out of the space, but the distance between them would not be too far. When their divine senses recovered, they would be able to find the traces of the 5 people at the first moment. Everyone present was divided into 5 teams. Lu Xiaoyi, White Light, and He Chen formed a single team, each chasing in one direction. The remaining 5 people were divided into 2 teams, 3 teams, and 2 teams, chasing in the other 2 directions. The purpose was to really gather everyone and screen them again, so that the real culprit would not be let go, no matter if it was Holding Shore or the Holy Spirit of the Strange Mountain. It was not difficult to track them down, because there were 2 nascent soul stage cultivators from another satellite among them. It would be easy to track them down. With Sanbei's cautious temperament and his experience, it would not be a problem to track them down. The key was the Stone Hugger and the Holy Spirit. Lu Xiaoyi was very sure that the soul body that took over the black corpse was not the Holy Spirit, because it did not show a trace of the soul body of the young god until it died. The future battle was between these 2 guys, and it was time to uncover the mystery. It was almost over. Chapter 1584. They did not have to wait for long. The spatial collapse of the Void Crown was accelerating. It was a pity that such a precious spatial Taoist instrument had become a sacrifice. Before reaching the critical point, Lu Xiaoyi reminded them, "Don't chase too far after we go out, and don't think that there must be 5 directions. Although 5 people have not returned, it is very likely that some of them have died in the space. It's just that we don't know. Although this place is not small, we will not be thrown out too far. Our spiritual senses are enough to sense, so there is no need to expand the range. If any of us find that the opponent is exceptionally difficult to deal with, don't force it, because there may be a young spirit soul living in there. Wait for support, it will be very soon." Everyone nodded silently. This dimensional space was in turmoil. They had thought that it was a research trip, but it had turned into a journey of desperation. Although the loss was not great, it seemed that the real mastermind behind the scenes had not appeared yet. At the last moment, the space was torn apart, and the entire Void Crown space suddenly collapsed, merging with the dimensional space outside. At this time, it depended on whose reaction was faster and who could wake up from the spatial oscillation first. Lu Xiaoyi had been using the power of the Sparrow Palace to protect his spirit, so after the space was suddenly released, he was the first to spread out his spiritual sense, and at the same time issued a stern warning. "If there is nothing unusual, stay where you are, otherwise you will be killed without mercy." This was shouted to the 5 people. He did not chase after them immediately, but stayed for a very short time to see who was running and who stayed with a clear conscience. There were only fluctuations of qi activity in 2 directions. One of them was escaping quickly, and the other was not moving. Lu Xiaoyi, Bai Guang He Chen, and the other 2 jumped and chased after them, while the other 5 ran in the other direction. The 3 of them ran at full speed and immediately saw the gap. Lu Xiaoyi was far in the lead, with Bai Guang in the middle, and behind him was He Chen. Although He Chen's orthodoxy was profound, he was still a yin spirit and was still inferior to Bai Guang's primordial spirit, but the gap was not big. With Lu Xiaoyi's current speed, anyone below the yang spirit level would not be able to escape if they were targeted by him. Moreover, this moving qi did not seem to be good at flying. His speed was not even comparable to the 2 in front of Bai Guang He. Lu Xiaoyi was the first to arrive. With a sweep of his sword, the people in front could not escape. 2 people came into view. The white-haired Bao She was carrying a person. It was one of the monarchs among the 5. He looked like he was still alive, but he was being restrained. It was unclear how heavy he was. Boulder stopped and looked at the swordsman in despair. Then, he saw Baiguang and Kawakomi behind him. He knew that he had lost. It wasn't because his struggle was meaningless, but because no matter how many plans he still had to resort to violence in the end. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have set up a trap. The three of them slowly surrounded it cautiously, because the opponent they were about to face was an existence at the level of young god. Whether it eventually appeared as a human or a spiritual body, a young god was a young god. Who's Boulder? Who is the Holy Spirit? Lu Xiaoyi asked coldly. There might be a lot of helplessness in this, but this was not a reason to act recklessly. Bao Shi looked at him. Although it had only been a few days, his hair and beard were all white, and he looked very old. You're the swordsman who ruined my plan in the end. He didn't care about the old Taoists' counterattack. You're wrong. It wasn't me who ruined your plan, but your plan that was full of loopholes. Do you think you can get away with it without me around? You'll still fail. Look at the monarchs around me. Do you think they grew up eating shit for thousands of years? Old man, reading books is a good habit. It's not a problem to read professional books, but there must be a problem if you read too many biographies and do things based on them. A big problem. After all, the world of cultivation is a place where brute strength is the most important thing. You've got it all wrong. Let me ask you one more time. Who is Boulder? Who is the Holy Spirit? The old Taoist still didn't answer. Instead, he was very interested in his mistakes. Where did I go wrong? Lu Xiaoyi still respected the old. One of the first principles of doing bad things and scheming is to try not to involve strangers when there is no one around. Look, you've got everything. You came to the Ferris wheel to play tricks in front of everyone. These people grew up playing tricks. When you were studying the state of Tao, they were studying people. In the world of cultivation, what's mine is mine. There's no reason to take it out for others to see. Unless I lie down, the treasures will be destroyed with me. This is how cultivators do things. They don't show off their treasures to everyone. From that moment on, you've become the person with evil intentions in everyone's heart. People are creatures. Once they're suspicious, it's hard to get rid of it. There's no need to go into the details, right? Over and over again, there are only these few key points. Where else can you lead us to? One last question. Who is Boulder Hua? Who is the Holy Spirit? Lu Xiaoyi was very patient. Firstly, he wanted to know the root of the problem. Secondly, he was waiting for someone. Just like now, the other 5 people flew over with 3 cups. The old Taoist, 3 cups, was very tactful. He shouted, I'm also suspicious. Don't worry about my face. Boulder sighed. He knew that if he didn't face the problem directly, he would have to face it directly. I'm Boulder, and I'm also the Holy Spirit. Huai Jinyang, who came over from afar, opened his eyes wide and his face was full of disbelief. I've been taking care of the Holy Spirit for almost 2,000 years. I don't have any relatives. If I must have one, my relative is the Holy Spirit Yuan. Our Yuan has always been very resistant to having a new body. For thousands of years, the strange mountain has tried countless methods, but they all failed. They thought that this was our Yuan's temperament, but it's actually wrong. It just doesn't want a lifeless body, and it doesn't want the body of those strange monsters or void beasts. What a Yuan really wants is a human body. Boulder smiled bitterly. Our Yuan has been with humans for a long time. It also knows that such a request is actually very excessive. Because it needs at least the body of a monarch for it to merge with. For humans, this is unacceptable. Only I slowly understood its intention after a long time of contact. But unfortunately, I can't help it. First, the human's concept of cultivation doesn't allow me to do this. Second, my ability is not enough to completely control a monarch. So it's been dragging on. Our Yuan is getting weaker and weaker, and I'm getting older and older. I'm so old that if I don't solve this problem, I won't have time to do anything for it. So I targeted the most notorious black and white villains in dozens of nearby universes. They're strong enough, in their prime, and have a lot of killing. These are all my criteria for targets. So I came up with this plan. I used the void-leaving crown to attract their attention. Chapter 1585. P.S. Today is the last day of the double. Your monthly votes are the most efficient. Thank you for your support. Thank you everyone. When I fused with the void crown, I did add in a human soul, spirit guide. Although it was ambitious, it was far from enough to contend against a Yuan. So, you all think that a Yuan or I are the mastermind behind all of this, and there is a certain reason for that. Huaisha was a little tired, mainly because of his heart. Originally, my purpose was to pull the black and white villains in, and I didn't want to drag everyone down with me. But our Yuan told me that it would be easier for it to use its mimicry to attack with more people. Only 2 lone thieves, both of whom were primordial soul immortals, had a small chance of success. I admit that I didn't think carefully enough and thought that this was our Yuan's idea. But I didn't expect that our Yuan had already colluded with the human spirit guide in the process of fusing with the void crown. Both of them wanted a human immortal's body. Huaisha sighed. The human spirit guide hoped that more cultivators would go in, so that it would have a choice. First, it would take the Yuaning, then the immortal. Our Yuan was interested in the body of the younger immortal with more potential. Everyone present knew who the younger immortal with more potential was. It was none other than the 2 yin gods from the big world, Lu Xiaoyi and Ha Qian. So in the chaos, the human spirit guide achieved its goal with our help, but our Yuan was in trouble. Creatures that were not of the same species couldn't be sure that they would succeed. So the human spirit guide succeeded, but our Yuan, who was more powerful, couldn't. After killing our immortal, we had to stop and think about how to succeed. In the end, the human spirit guide attracted your attention, and we caught another immortal to continue our research. Huaijin shouted, "Uncle, what did you promise us? You knew that it was wrong, but why did you slide further and further down the wrong path? Innocent people were killed one after another. Where did you place your sect?" Huaisha smiled bitterly. I know. But if you spend 2,000 years with a soul, you have already regarded it as the most important existence in your life. Even if it made a mistake, how could you bear to destroy it? What else can you do except to make a mistake and fight for an acceptable result? Putting righteousness before family? After trying here and there, I realized that the most suitable human for it was me. Baosha looked up at the sky and sighed. I'm already old. I can't go up to young spirit, and I don't have hundreds of years to live. If it wants to use my body, then take it. But it still can't adapt. Even though it's in my body, it's still asleep most of the time and rarely awake. That's why I'm telling you all this now. But if we enter a battle, it will definitely awaken. I don't know if you are willing to fight with a former young spirit. If you are, then pretend that I didn't say anything. If you don't want to, maybe I have a solution, Lu Xiaoyi said in a deep voice. Why don't you tell me? Baosha's hair and beard stood on end. I only have myself to blame for what I've done. My death is not to be regretted. You don't need to do anything. I will end myself. However, my recklessness this time has let down my sect. I'm afraid it will bring endless trouble to the sect. If I end my own life and take a Yuan with me in the sea of consciousness in exchange for your forgiveness, I don't know if you are willing to let bygones be bygones. He Qian was very cautious. How can you prove that a Yuan is sleeping in your body? If this is just an act of yours, then wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Baosha nodded. Our Yuan is the spirit of space. I will show you its space power later, and the result will be clear at a glance. Now, you just need to tell me, are you willing or not? For example, the cultivators from the other satellite, their orthodoxy was not as good as the bizarre mountain, so it was not difficult to bring them along. As for the vicious duo, one of them was already dead. No matter how much the remaining one could do, it would be like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. In the end, it was still too weak to go against a force. His previous achievements were based on his unpredictability and unpredictability. He had never come face to face with any force. This was not something a space pirate would do, it was a taboo. Therefore, Baosha's words were actually aimed at two people who were extremely powerful. Since they knew their status, they had to be discerning. After a discussion, several supremes directly gave the decision to Lu Xiaoyi. Fellow Taoist Lu is the leader of our team this time. We have to finish what we started. We will listen to fellow Taoist Lu's arrangement. White Light felt bitter in his heart. He knew that he could not win against White Light. No matter how he looked at it, his opinion was the most meaningless in this kind of situation. Because he was a lone thief, he had many enemies outside, but few friends. In his heart, he did not want to give Bao Shi such a chance. It was not that he really wanted to take revenge on the strange mountain, but he did not agree with this way of ending. They should kill him, not let him commit suicide. There was a difference. But he also understood that he could not bear a grudge because of his junior brother's death. There was clearly a safe way, but he insisted that everyone help to kill a young god's spiritual body. Who would be responsible for the damage in the process? He could only accommodate. He rarely made such concessions in his life, and it made him feel sorry for his junior brother. But this step had to be taken, because it was useless to insist. In terms of the anchor chain, he was definitely in the same boat as the swordsman. There was no need to even think about it. I will listen to Brother Lu. Bai Guang made a difficult choice. He Qian glanced at his master and saw that his master was happy and content. He Qian had experienced this for almost 2,000 years. He also knew that Bao Shi's proposal was the best one, which was to give both sides a way out. Otherwise, if they really solved the problem through fighting, they might not be in the mood to take revenge on the strange mountain. The big domain was not so shallow. This was obviously an individual action, and it was not worth returning to the domain to invite more people. Then, we will also listen to fellow Lu's opinion. Lu Xiaoyi was a little depressed. They all knew how to make excuses and were unwilling to take responsibility. They pushed everything to him. They were all sly old foxes. In that case, he would not be polite. In that case, I will make an idea. I do not agree with your proposal. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Bao Shi's eyes narrowed. Why? This is my own doing, and it has nothing to do with the sect. Fellow Taoist, are you trying to take your anger out on me? Lu Xiaoyi was still calm. I am not interested in your sect. But I am interested in you. You have no right to commit suicide. Because of you, many innocent people have died. Do you know why we can always ruin your plans? Because we follow the nature of the cultivation world. If we can fight, then don't fight. Chapter 1586. White Light was in a good mood. At this moment, he was truly convinced by this swordsman from a bandit's den. It was not because of his strength, but because of his behavior. He jumped up, and the anger that he had accumulated for a long time was released with his attack. So what if he was a spiritual body of the sun spirit? He was not afraid. No matter what others thought, White Light must be at the forefront of this battle. He would only treat it as his own battle. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi said his choice, He Qian immediately understood his intention. This was doubt. He did not believe everything that Bai Shi said. Of course, it was impossible to judge whether it was true or false in a short time. The only way to find the truth was to go against it. Bai Shi did not want to fight. They had to fight. Only then could they break his plan, because this old guy was too good at lying. From the beginning to the end, they did not know which of his words was true and which were false. Most of them might be true, but as long as one or two of them were lies, they would be confused and lose their fundamental direction. Violence was the best way to break a lie. It was simple and effective. Therefore, he did not hesitate and rushed forward. For him, he had never fought with a sun spirit, so he was a little excited. Lu Xiaoyi did not immediately start fighting. He did not intend to end the battle quickly, because it was easy to destroy Bai Shi's physical body, but it was difficult to completely eliminate the Holy Spirit, Yuan. A spiritual body of the sun spirit, and a spiritual body of the space spirit, was a new topic. The battle in the field was fierce. Bai Guang He Qian's moves were fierce, and he temporarily had the upper hand. But this was just an illusion, because Yuan had not taken over the body yet. Lu Xiaoyi's fighting intuition was very sharp. He felt that it was better to keep Bai Shi alive than to destroy his physical body in the fastest time. At least he could contain Yuan's spiritual body. Otherwise, when he lost his physical body and began to face the pure illusory spiritual body, his flying sword would not have many ways to deal with it. He needed to see it clearly. He was watching the enemy here, and old Taoist Sankup could not help but remind him, it's not good to have too many people in this kind of siege. I thought the three of you would be enough. They had to be careful of him borrowing the power of chaos, especially his Tao of space. You should know that the strange mountain's holy spirit is even more powerful than the levitation crown. Lu Xiaoyi was shocked. The old man was indeed very experienced. It seemed that he had done this kind of thing many times before. Now, with a glance, he immediately found the problem. Just as he was about to warn the others to stay away, Bao Shi sneered. Suddenly, the space around him changed. Li Kuan's space was a fixed space, but Yuan's space was a torn space. It was not fixed and would disappear as time passed. It was during this period that most of the attacks in front of the White Light River missed because it was no longer in the same space. There was no such thing as good or bad. There were countless conditions for using the Tao of space. For example, the main body. Back then, the void-leaving crown had a body, just like how a human had a body and a soul had no body. It was the same kind of technique, but the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The so-called refining of weapons was not for nothing. The ability of the treasures played an extremely important role. In this regard, the void-leaving crown could establish a fixed space and pull everyone in, but the current Holy Spirit, Yuan, could not do it. This was the reason why one had a body and the other did not. However, Yuan's Tao of space was above the void-leaving crown. For example, the torn space created purely by his own strength was not something the void-leaving crown could do. The whole space was a little chaotic, and the other cultivators who were watching the battle were also involved. For cultivators, the spirit of exploration was a necessary quality. Facing the danger of the yang spirit and experiencing the torn space was a difficult choice. Considering the number of people on their side, most of the cultivators chose to participate in the battle instead of watching with folded arms, which was also in line with the nature of cultivator. At a time like this, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't force it. Under the gaze of many pairs of eyes, it was basically impossible to take over someone's body during the battle. It was a delicate work. Holding Shi's body moved freely through the torn space, as if he was the spirit of space. His current state was the Holy Spirit, Yuan, because human cultivators could not understand space to this extent. However, in terms of attack, he was still the same as the Taoism of the strange mountain. Occasionally, he was mixed with some spiritual attacks that belonged to Yuan, which was slightly mediocre. The torn space was also known as the unstable flocculated space in the cultivation world. It was a kind of space that appeared and disappeared at any time. It was a continuous and unpredictable space. It could be understood as an open bounded domain. However, the bounded domain was not dominated by the power of Buddhism, the various states of Tao, and the various bounded domain creatures. Here, there were only countless clouds that appeared and disappeared at any time, flocculated space clouds. The owner of such a bounded domain could use these spatial clouds to attack and defend. For example, when the enemy attacked, the owner could use a cluster of spatial clouds to attract the enemy's attack to an unknown space. Or, the owner could hide in a spatial cloud and appear again after dodging the enemy's attack. In terms of attack, the owner could tear the space where the enemy was standing. Although this kind of spatial tear could not directly hurt the enemy, it could make the enemy feel temporarily uncomfortable when they were forced to enter and exit the torn space. Then, the owner could take the initiative to attack. Generally speaking, this kind of spatial barrier had a great advantage in terms of defense and movement, especially in the case of one against many. However, in terms of offense, it was somewhat lackluster. It couldn't produce any substantial offensive effects, and still had to rely on the cultivator's own abilities. This was the basic characteristic of the bounded domain of space. Every innate Tao had its own unique characteristics. There was no Tao that was perfect in every aspect. The Tao of space's characteristic was its extremely ethereal spatial displacement. This was the reason why Lu Xiaoyi did not want to kill Bai Shi quickly, nor did he want him to kill himself. If he killed himself, where would he see such a wonderful spatial displacement? Of course, the biggest reason was that he did not believe that this old man would kill himself willingly. Want to end it? Sure. However, he could not use his own method. He could only use the methods of these victims. Bai Guang's Tao was a rare Tao that cultivated both body and magic. It was more inclined towards the body and meridians. He Qian, on the other hand, had a pure Tao heritage. His instantaneous spell fully demonstrated the foundation of a large world. One was far and one was close, one was fierce and the other was restrained. The battle was also very exciting. Bai Guang would often fall into the torn space. It was not a problem for him to rely on his thick skin and thick flesh. He Qian would also cover him from afar. It was a way to forcibly break through the torn space. It was very stupid, but very effective. The essence of a battle was how to use one's strength. If you don't know how to use your own body, then why did you learn the body? Chapter 1587. He Qian's method was a pure Dharma meridian method. Unlike Bai Guang, who used his body to break through various kinds of torn space, He Qian used his Tao state to resist, making it impossible for his opponent to tear space. Taoism had many ways to stabilize one's own space, such as energy blocking, using the 5 elements to fix space, using yin and yang to disturb, using strength to break through, or using one's own space law to resist. He Qian used yin and yang to disturb space, which was also one of the methods that orthodox Taoism was best at. It was to use the changes of yin and yang to disturb the embryonic form of space when space seemed to be built. He couldn't fight against Yuan's torn space in the whole sky, but at least he could protect the small space he was standing in. Of course, he lost the ability to move because of this. But it didn't matter. This passivity was somewhat insignificant because Bai Guang was in front of him. In such a battle, it was reasonable for the two sides to be balanced for a while. Although Yuan was the spiritual body of the sun god, he was not a human after all. He was still not used to fighting with a human body. The other cultivators, on the other hand, were of little value. Inside the spatial tear, they were mostly there to protect themselves. They could not attack without restraint. It was a mess. Lu Xiaoyi was looking at the way it tore space. This was the biggest purpose of his trip. The reason why he was trapped in this inexplicable and flawed layout was, of course, because he had his own demands. If it wasn't for that little bit of spatial ability, why would he waste his time and effort here with these people? He had thought it through very deeply. Back then, Bai Guang had shown a breakthrough in space research on the satellite. It was likely that his inspiration came from Yuan, the Holy Spirit. In other words, Yuan had instinctive attainments in space speed, which was what he wanted to see the most. But now, in the torn space enchantment, he hadn't seen it yet. Old Taoist 3 Cups transmitted his spiritual awareness again. The Supreme who was captured by Bai Guang has been rescued. His consciousness is seriously damaged. He can't be saved. He will be an idiot in his next life. What should we do? Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Old man, you have experience in this matter. Can you not ask me about everything? I will deal with Bai Guang. You can leave the rest to me, okay? 3 Cups also had a headache. He turned his gaze to the battlefield, thinking about how to find an opportunity to finish off the enemy. For experienced people like them, the worst thing they could do was to mess things up and leave the beginning and the end unclear. If such a person was left alive, there would be countless troubles in the future. Not only would there be troubles from the small factions behind him, but there would also be the possibility that there were still some tricks left in his consciousness. It would be best to get rid of him. Unfortunately, this swordsman was also very slippery. After watching for a while, Lu Xiaoyi found that he could not see anything else. He took a chance and sent out his flying sword. While Huoshi was continuously tearing the space, Lu Xiaoyi chopped down with his sword, making it impossible for Huoshi to hide through the flocculating space. Yuan had no choice but to use this body's own defensive power to resist this ferocious sword. He did not understand that this was a problem with the orthodoxy itself. Be it Strange Mountain or Holy Spirit Yuan, They were not good at fighting force with force. Fortunately, he was still alive. It was impossible for him to continue using the old method of tearing space. At this time, the white light had successfully approached him with the help of the slight time difference. At the same time, for the first time, the disturbance of yin and yang in front of the river did not focus on himself, but on the space where our yuan was. This was the tacit understanding of battle. There was no need for discussion, it was purely instinct. Lu Xiaoyi took the opportunity to restrict the space in front of the river, and the white light approached him. This was Lu Xiaoyi's method. Since a yuan was in Huoshe's body and could not see anything, he would destroy this body to see if there were any treasures left in his spiritual body. Huoshe must die. No matter what the reason was, many of these people had died because of him. This was the price he had to pay. The moment the white light approached him, it fully demonstrated the destructive power of a primordial spirit body cultivator. Under his attack, Huoshe's old body was instantly blasted into particles. One could imagine how angry the white light was. It wanted to use this method to cause additional damage to a yuan who was hiding in it. The space suddenly became chaotic. The flocculating space was almost connected, causing the whole battlefield to be in a strong spatial disturbance. This was the best time to escape, but someone fearlessly pounced on a yuan's spiritual body that had escaped from Huoshe's body. Our yuan, who had completely returned to his original state, let out a howl of his soul. Having lost his body and companion of 2,000 years, he was extremely angry. His spiritual body penetrated the cultivator who pounced on him. This kind of spiritual attack at the yang spirit level was impossible for the opponent to resist. His head instantly exploded into a bloody mist. At the same time, a bomb seemed to have been detonated in his body. All of his magic power flowed out from his dantian. A jet-black bead spun and shot out a mysterious brilliance in all directions. The one who attacked was the old guy San Kui. When he was at his most exhausted, he used the body of the primordial spirit as a bait. His real purpose was to release the chaos divine bead. You would never guess what kind of treasures were hidden in the storage rings of the primordial spirit cultivators of the major forces of the major realms. The chaos divine bead was specifically targeted at spiritual bodies. It did not harm them, nor did it devour them. It could only be described in one word: chaos. The mysterious bead emitted a dense black mist of light and shadow. As it spun rapidly, it seemed to be able to mesmerize anyone who looked at it. It was especially effective against pure spiritual bodies. It could cause them to fall into a temporary daze, the duration of which was determined by their cultivation realm. He Qian reacted the fastest. He knew what kind of person his master was and what kind of treasures he had. While our yuan's spiritual body was still in a daze, he used the yin-yang secret technique to dig at the spiritual body. He had already dug out more than half of its spiritual body. As for where it went, only the heavens knew. The white light was not slow either. It revealed a huge Dharma idol and sucked in the remaining spiritual body with its wide mouth. No one was stupid. They knew that the space spirit was a good thing. The reason they were fighting to the death was not purely for personal revenge. Who would be willing to fight so hard without any benefits? In fact, it was not just the two of them. The other cultivators on the periphery also had the same idea. It was just that they were too slow and didn't have enough strength. They ran into two people with big appetites, and in the end, they didn't even leave a scrap for the others. Poor Ah Yuan. As a holy spirit of the sun god, it had been worshipped for a long time and lacked battle experience. How could it understand the twists and turns of the human cultivation world? When the humans really attacked, its abilities were only on paper. How much of its power could it unleash? The surrounding space instantly returned to normal. The torn space was no longer there, and the sky was clear and bright. But who would have known that an extremely cruel event of the cultivation world had just taken place here? Anchor Chain and his disciple had relied on their sharp eyes and profound strength to snatch the fattest piece of meat in this feast. Chapter 1588. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. In the cultivation world, it was very popular to eat anything to make up for it. Did they think that by swallowing the spirit of space, They could slowly learn the secrets of space? Maybe, but not all of it. Real learning was not like this. It was to understand, to deepen, and to integrate one's own knowledge. There was no need to say that. If they wanted to steal it, then let them. It was Bai Guang who told him, "Brother Lu, I swallowed the last piece not for the way of space, but because I don't want to leave a trace of this thing in the world. I have to make it disappear completely. When there's no one outside, I'll pour it out. Brother Lu, do you think it can be used?" Lu Xiaoyi refused. "There's no need for that. I'm very indifferent to these spiritual bodies. Don't let them take over my body without learning anything. You have Dharma form, and you have Taoist secret arts in front of the river. I don't have these things. Swordsmen are not good at these things. You can use them for yourself." Bai Guang was not pretentious. "I don't know much about the way of space. It's not my direction. Swallowing it into the body is to completely refine it. That's the ultimate goal. Brother Lu, don't worry. After living for 3,000 years, I have a little self-restraint. I won't get myself into trouble." The space was clear and vivid. Regardless of the enemy's side, 15 people from the 2 satellites had participated in this incident. In the end, only 9 people were left. It didn't seem to be a particularly cruel battle, but half of the people were buried here. Why was it that they still didn't know? Counting the time, it seemed that the dimensional space of the Ferris wheel was about to dissipate, so everyone was no longer in the mood to run around. They all floated in the air, closed their eyes and meditated, thinking about all kinds of incredible things that had happened during this period of time. Was it over? It seemed to be over. There were victims, and there were also initiators. They all turned into ashes, but it seemed to be full of fog, making people feel unsatisfied. Lu Xiaoyi didn't run around. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the air and silently savored the abilities that our Yuan had shown in the battle just now. He was indeed worthy of being a young spirit body. He could create a large area of torn space in an area of the sky with just an individual. For a person like him, who found it difficult to even break through a small hole in front of him, it was very amazing. It was not difficult to open up a small opening in front of one's body. What was difficult was opening up a large number of openings and accumulating them. From this point of view, our Yuan space spirit body was stronger than most human yang spirit cultivators. However, the battle was not only about space. 3 cups then swayed to Lu Xiaoyi's side, smiling. "Little friend Lu, I'm here to apologize on behalf of my disciple. This child's table manners are a little ugly, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. He's been like this since he was young. He likes to eat alone. He's working hard right now. If the energy isn't digested soon, it'll be a disaster if we keep it." Lu Xiaoyi sneered. "There's no need to apologize. Swordsmen don't care about external things. This is a fact that everyone knows. But your apology is a little hypocritical. Weren't you the one who created the opportunity in front of the river? I don't care if you take it, but if you have to pretend that it was an accident and that you had no choice, then you're treating me like an insensible child." 3 cups was a little embarrassed. Swordsmen were indeed like this. They were straightforward and didn't leave any face. Since they'd said it out loud, they didn't hide it. "We came all the way here to find opportunities. We were lucky enough to encounter them, so we were a little desperate. But I'll be honest. Little friend Lu, you didn't take any further action after that sword strike. Isn't that also a kind of giving up? Otherwise, with the advantage of your flying sword, you would have gotten the biggest share no matter what. So, little friend, don't say that we're hypocritical. Since we deliberately gave in and didn't want to get involved, it's not good to pretend that we suffered a big loss and owe you a big favor." Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Elder, you have sharp eyes. I can't hide anything from you. So, you and I don't owe each other anything. We'll each do as we please." 3 cups nodded. "There's still affection. Little friend, you didn't snatch it. This is a favor. In the future, if you have the chance to pass by the anchor chain, you should mention 3 cups. It should be of some use." Lu Xiaoyi took advantage of the situation. For an old fox like him, if he didn't take advantage of the benefits he mentioned, then he would be a fool. "Anchor chain? I'll definitely go there. It's just a matter of time. Was it all right to just mention the old man's name? You won't be beaten out again, right? Three Cups chuckled. Youngsters these days were really hard to deal with. He thought that he could get away with it with a few words, but he didn't expect these shameless people to take advantage of him, just like his disciple. But he still had the intention of befriending this swordsman. Whether it was him, his disciple, the sect behind him, or even the entire domain, it was necessary to befriend a powerful swordsman. Thus, he handed over a talisman. Take it. Anchor Chain, the star-plucking sect, has some authority in the domain. As long as little friend doesn't cause any big trouble, you'll be able to pass by with the talisman of my star-plucking sect. Lu Xiaoyi received it Dafar without any embarrassment. Thank you for your kindness. This junior doesn't dare to accept it. The two smiled tacitly and completed the transaction. Throughout the entire process, they didn't mention anything about the people and matters of the bizarre mountain. To them, coming out to cause trouble without experiencing the trials and tribulations of the universe's cultivation world was an original sin. A few days later, the space shook and the dimensional space shattered. The group was thrown back into the dimensional space of the main world. It could be said that they had completed a rare space trip. But it was hard to say how much they could gain from it. They went their separate ways. Three Cups brought his disciple He Qian to continue their journey. He Qian didn't have the courage to say goodbye to Lu Xiaoyi until they left. He knew very well that when he couldn't control himself and made a move at that moment and dug out most of Yuan's spiritual body, he knew that he might have lost a friend forever. Friends may not need to share everything, but they must respect each other. How could a person who couldn't control himself in the face of temptation have a true friend? He knew all this in his heart, but he couldn't control himself at that time. This complicated feeling lingered in his heart and he couldn't get rid of it for a long time. He didn't even care about how to obtain the spatial ability he needed from the spiritual body. Three Cups accompanied him silently, but he didn't say a word. He was a competent teacher. He had put in a lot of effort to raise a child he picked up into a yin master. This child didn't let him down and had a bright future ahead of him. There was only one thing, and that was how to get rid of this bad habit of being greedy. He wouldn't take the initiative to remind him. He could only wait for him to come to his senses. Because this was an opportunity. Between the so-called treasure and a friend worth befriending, he had to make a choice. He was waiting for his disciple to walk out on his own so that he could have a better future. How could an illusory thing compare to a true friend? The universe was vast and there were a lot of people. When one reached the level of a monarch, how could it be easy to find a true friend? Only an old man like him who had lived for almost 4,000 years could understand this logic. It was just like how he understood Huosh's feelings very well. His feelings for his disciple were like Huosh's feelings for the Holy Spirit. It was a concern that he couldn't let go of. Chapter 1589. Other than Anchor Chain and his disciple, most of the others left, including White Light, who was a little sad. He couldn't stay in one place for too long because he had a lot of enemies and troubles. Now that his junior brother, Black Corpse, had left, he might have to bear all the troubles. It was hard to say what would happen to such a cultivator in the end. The legendary and ruthless bandit had become a victim in this incident, which was somewhat inconceivable. However, Lu Xiaoyi knew that things had to be looked at from two sides. No matter how iron-blooded a person was, he would still have a weak side. Moreover, the reason why White Light was so restrained in this trip was largely because of his existence. The so-called style actually depended on the environment and the opponent. How could one be unbridled forever? If that was the case, these two bandits would have been dead a long time ago. There were only two Yuanying left in Strange Mountain, Yang Li and Huai Jin. Because of the serious violence that happened during the trip, as the owner, La Valley Dojo, would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, if word got out, it would affect the business of the Ferris wheel. How could they deal with it? Of course, they would deal with the weak. Anchor Chain and his disciple left by themselves, not daring to say a word. White Light went his own way, and they wouldn't take the initiative to offend such a ruthless person. The remaining 3 cultivators came together, but they couldn't control them. In the end, only 3 people were left, the 2 Yuanying disciples of Strange Mountain and a supreme traveler. No one told the people of La Valley Dojo the truth because there were many things that were too embarrassing to say. Therefore, no one mentioned that the Real Tiger was the ordinary supreme traveler. Over the years, Lu Xiaoyi's state of mind had reached a new height under his own efforts. At least from the outside, he was no longer the person who still had some hidden edge. Yang Li was released because they needed someone to inform the adults in his family to come and get him. Huai Jin was left behind as a hostage. The tourists were required to pay a large sum of money. This was the rule of the Ferris wheel. In the end, the traveler and La Valley Dojo came to an agreement. They would pay by continuously purchasing tickets to the Ferris wheel. This was also in line with Lu Xiaoyi's request. What he had listed was only the one-dimensional equation. If he really wanted to solve the problem, he would need a multidimensional equation. He would need to continuously board the satellite and obtain the specific values of the acceleration and direction changes. This was a painstaking effort, but he believed it was worth it. In his recent battles, there were more and more problems with space battles. This was not a coincidence, but an inevitability. If he did not solve this problem immediately, it would be a huge obstacle to his future. Even if La Valley Training Hall did not punish him, he would still stay here to spend. However, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone now. Cultivators were not very tight-lipped and would not speak carelessly outside. When these people returned, they would definitely mention the strangeness of the situation to their elders. However, they would not say a word to the management. This was the irreconcilable conflict between the participants and the management. Lu Xiaoyi was constantly perfecting his database. In fact, not every time he traversed through the dimensional space, he could obtain effective data. There were many complicated factors that affected it. During this period of 10 years, he entered and exited the speed dimension dozens of times. He felt that his database was complete, but the parameters were not convincing. After gaining a deep understanding of the acceleration and direction changes, he flew in the void and sped up and changed directions in flight. However, he did not complete the space travel that he had envisioned. He could also open up a different dimension, but that was the method of the wings of the cloud. It would be costly and required time to prepare. In fact, it was not suitable for battle and was not suitable for swordsmanship. This was the reason why he stayed here. However, there was no guarantee that there would be gains if there was effort. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He knew where the reason was. It was not that there was insufficient data, but that there was one variable missing. It was that there was one x or y missing from his equation set. What was it? There was no point in staying here any longer. Perhaps he could only leave it to time to find this mysterious variable. Perhaps he would get what he wanted in a flash of inspiration, or perhaps he would never get it. Perhaps the heavenly axiom was too jealous of the swordsman's battle prowess. Perhaps it did not want to give them another perverted method of swordsmanship. Lu Xiaoyi decided to leave. Considering that he had only paid more than half of the deposit for the tickets over the past 10 years, he could only leave secretly. He did not have any qualms about this. He understood the La Valley Training Hall's way of making money, so he did not want any conflict. However, he was not an obedient child either. When he decided to leave, he did not mind being a debt runaway. It was not a problem for him to leave alone. He felt that the La Valley Training Hall's surveillance of him existed in name only. However, he did not want to leave alone. He could not let these vampires feel too comfortable, so he decided to take one of them with him before he left. It was a small revenge against the management of the Ferris wheel. They stepped onto the satellite for the last time and pretended to experience the dimensional space again. However, they found a blind spot in the satellite's rapid rotation and escaped from the satellite. After changing their appearances, they came to the floating raft that was used to cheat them of their money. They used some means to knock out the guard. Then, the 2 figures disappeared into the vast void. Lu Xiaoyi was in front, and Huai Jin was behind him. They flew in silence until they entered another universe 10 days later. They had shaken off their pursuers. The punishment of the La Valley training hall was to bully the weak and fear the strong. As long as you resisted, they would not really do anything to you. They bullied timid passers-by, and the brave ones would not take them seriously. The two of them stood in the void. Lu Xiaoyi said casually, "You don't seem to want to go back to Strange Mountain?" Huai Jin sneered. "Do you think I should go back?" Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "There has to be a place to go. People have to have roots to be unafraid of the wind and waves. It's the same for the soul. There has to be a place to place it." Huai Jin snorted. "My place was destroyed by you. And you're still saying such cheap words." Lu Xiaoyi corrected her. "It was you who destroyed it. Don't blame others for everything." Huai Jin was very curious. "Why can't I ever hide my every move from you? Even if I've fooled everyone?" Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "You think you've fooled everyone. But do you know that in the human world, this is something that can't be done? It's just that many people pretend not to know." Huai Jin did not care. "I know I can't hide it from you, so I've been waiting for you here. If you have any requests, you can tell me. As long as it's within my capabilities. Humans are particular about distinguishing between kindness and hatred. I'm the same." Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "Okay, I'll tell you my request." He leaped up, and the sword river rushed down. Chapter 1590. Huai Jin's body changed and became faint like a wisp of smoke. It returned to the form of a yuan. It realized that the biggest characteristic of this swordsman was that he was never tempted by benefits. That was why he was never fooled. Of course, it didn't know that it wasn't that Lu Xiaoyi wasn't tempted, but that his entry point was different. The sword light pierced through our Yuan's body, but it didn't leave much damage. The strong sword aura caused our Yuan's illusory body to ripple like a stone thrown into a deep pool. It only left a ripple on the surface and then disappeared without a trace. Both of their characteristics were very distinct. Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword was extremely masculine, while our Yuan's spiritual body was extremely illusory. It was not like the illusory state of the Great Void Realm, but the essence of it was not affected by external forces. Half of it is here, and the other half is in the dimensional space. If I want to, I can adjust the distribution of energy in different dimensions at any time. What do you think of fighting in this form? Our Yuan explained while fighting. This was its habit. This farce was the struggle of two outsiders who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bai Shuo, who was nearing the end of his life, wanted to chat with an old man. Our Yuan, who had been suppressed for a long time, wanted to change his body and play in the human world. Finally, a dying human spirit was added into the mix. Their plans were constantly changing. It seemed like they were improvising, but in fact, they had no goals and were just blindly rushing around. As a result, the trouble became bigger and bigger until it was impossible to clean up. Bai Shuo wanted revenge, but our Yuan wouldn't be hysterical. Our Yuan liked elegant battles and the cruelty in the midst of mutual appreciation. Lu Xiaoyi gradually added the Dao state to his flying sword. He had guessed it a long time ago, but now he was sure that this holy spirit had gone astray after being in contact with humans for tens of thousands of years. It was no different from Bai Shuo in the middle of a battle. This was also something that he couldn't understand. The whole thing was sometimes confusing, sometimes childish and sometimes funny. In fact, it was a human and a spirit that had gone astray. Well, it would be more accurate to say that they had gone astray. Humans could grow, and so could spirit. After a series of failed plans, our Yuan began to gradually grasp the true fighting mentality of human cultivators and jumped out of those unrealistic biographies. That was why it waited on the Ferris wheel even though it knew it could be dangerous. It finally understood that it was not scary for a human to know its secret, because this human would only keep the secret to himself and would not share it. He would definitely come looking for it, and that would be its chance. Lu Xiaoyi knew that a Yuan was starting to mature. He knew that a Yuan wanted to kill him, and he also knew that a Yuan knew that he knew that a Yuan wanted to kill him. Just like how a Yuan knew that he wanted to learn the Tao of space, Yuan also knew that the swordsman knew that he wanted to learn the Tao of space. This was a game, a dangerous game. It would only exist between opponents who were extremely confident in themselves. That was elegant killing. Elegant killing was also killing. Those Tao realms of yours are useless to me. The Tao of space can't completely help me resist your Tao realm, but I still have a part of me in another space, so you'll never be able to harm my core. Yuan was very proud. Its spatial technique was not only enhanced by the power of the sun god, but also its innate magical power as a spatial acquired spiritual treasure. Lu Xiaoyi calmly performed his swordsmanship one by one. He was not in a hurry to get any results. This was a game, and a game required patience. It's very good. But for me, it's just a flying target, and it's free. A sun god level sparring partner. I may not be able to make things difficult for you, but isn't it the same for you? Lu Xiaoyi's ridicule was not without reason. Yuan's almost abnormal spatial ability was half real and half virtual. Half was in the main world, and the other half was in the dimensional space. This kind of existence was almost unbeatable in the eyes of the opponent. No one could do anything to the other, and the battle would become boring. Even if a non-human existence like Yuan did not need to destroy its past and future, they had no past and no future. It was a real life. But in this life, spiritual treasures all had their own powerful life-saving methods. It was not that their bodies were heaven-defying, but that they relied on their own abilities. Like Yuan, the 8 immortals crossing the sea, the 8 immortals crossing the sea in mid-air. Yuan had its own ideas. Its active attack was indeed useless, and it could not even reach the level when it was attached to Shi. Its spiritual attack was its own strongest attack, but it was a little monotonous. It could only be effective when it had an overwhelming advantage over the opponent. But for this swordsman with an unusually strong spiritual power, it could not do it at all. It could only affect the opponent slightly, which was meaningless in a battle because it had no body. It could not slash with its sword after it had suppressed the opponent's spiritual power. In the past, such a confrontation would have made it desperate, and it could not see a turning point. But after losing friends and experiencing failures, Yuan had a new understanding of battle. It knew that it actually had other ways. In a battle between humans, the first thing to do was to attack the opponent's heart. If one did not know the mentality, how could they achieve success? What was the mentality of a swordsman? Didn't they just want to learn the Tao of space? And it was the Tao of space that was more advanced than those cultivators who had taken away his external spiritual body. It did not matter. As long as he had a request, it would satisfy him. I know that you swordsmen like to move in and out of space. Today, I will satisfy your request. But whether you can learn it or not depends on your understanding. Yuan's body leaped forward. Its whole body deliberately left traces of itself when it cut through space. It would not show these things to others in a real battle, but this time, it deliberately slowed down its movement. Lu Xiaoyi saw it and immediately understood where the problem was that he had not been able to succeed. The variable he was missing was rotary cut. In order to enter the dimensional space without losing speed, changing the acceleration was one aspect, changing the direction was another, and cutting through space was another aspect. The whole process was a complex vector of acceleration. With this key conclusion and the addition of rotary cut, the equations in his mind became more vivid. The connections between the various data became clearer and clearer. He could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel that had troubled him for more than 10 years. Yuan came back. Did you see it clearly? Do you want me to teach you a few more times? The dimensional wall is not a thin film. It has a thickness. What I have shown you now is just the surface. The real core is in the dimensional wall. If you can't learn it, you will be stuck in the dimensional wall forever. This was Yuan's overt scheme. It completely understood the personality of this swordsman. He seemed to be low-key, but he was actually very proud. He did not care about the surface, but he only cared about the core of the dimensional wall. If it wanted to trap him, it had to show him the real thing. The reason it showed him now was to tell him that if he wanted to learn it, he had to take the risk. He wanted to kill him by getting stuck in the dimensional wall. Let's see if the swordsman's pride would allow him to take this step. This was the correct way to fight against humans. Chapter 1591. Our Yuan suddenly leaped up and pierced out with his spiritual energy. At the same time, a part of his spiritual energy transformed into an external technique and swept down. He knew that this form of attack was meaningless, but he wanted to use this method to provoke the swordsman's competitive spirit. The more arrogant and confident a person was, the less likely they would submit to such provocation. Sure enough, the swordsman perfectly countered his attack and retaliated with countless swords. Of course, it was to no avail. Because half of his soul was in the dimensional space, our Yuan's spiritual energy would always be safe here, even if his flying sword's attack had already caused substantial damage to his spiritual energy. How many times should I demonstrate it to you? How can I make you understand? You humans don't do it more than 3 times. How about I raise this limit to 10 times? Or 100? Am I far enough? But there's a shortcut. If you become a spiritual body one day, I'll keep teaching you until you learn it. So, space or flying sword, which one would you rather give up? Our Yuan laughed wantonly and slowed down his movements again as he passed through the dimensional space. The core of his plan was that almost every cultivator who had reached the level of a monarch would more or less dabble in the Tao of space. Judging from the swordsman's performance, he didn't care about the spiritual body that was devoured by He Qian and by Guang. This meant that the swordsman's attainment in the Tao of space was very high. The more it was like this, the more likely it was to try out the new method he taught. He would definitely think that he could open a dimensional space, but it was just slower. How could he get stuck in the dimensional space when he was passing through the dimensional wall? He would definitely give it a try. Then he would know that although there was no difference between using other methods such as the space gate and using speed to enter the same two-dimensional space, the space was the same, but the space wall was different. This was his trap. If he was stuck in the dimensional wall, even the young spirit could only obtain a chance to escape through continuous rebirth. As for the yin spirit, the only uncontrollable aspect of his plan was the cultivator's spatial ability. If he was stupid, he wouldn't be able to teach him. Our Yuan felt that he had been enlightened and had mastered the correct way to deal with humans. The rest was up to heaven's will. This was also one of the characteristics of human combat. They did not pursue perfection, but rather gambled. With this thought in mind, our Yuan nimbly changed its figure in the space barrier. Although it was only for a moment, it fully demonstrated something in this moment. In Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, this was a series of precise speed vector calculations, but in our Yuan's perception, it was just instinct. It was born to know what to do, but even if it had lived for tens of thousands of years, it still did not know what to do. Where was the logic? Therefore, it did not think that this was something that could be learned. Even if he turned into a wisp of soul in the end, he still wouldn't be able to learn it, let alone a human. Then, when it appeared in the two-dimensional space, the face that appeared in front of it made it extremely shocked. The swordsman had learned it on its second demonstration. Furthermore, it was a successful trip. In the blink of an eye, sword light covered the sky. The sword light brimming with Tao realm made it so that even an illusory energy body like a Yuan could not sense it or resist it. This was because heaven was no longer in a half form, but a complete form. His complete form was in the two-dimensional space, and he did not leave a single clone in the main world. However, the speed spatial wall breaking that he was so proud of had been broken by someone. He had taught it with all his heart, and the other party had also learned it perfectly. At this moment, a trace of regret surfaced in our Yuan's heart. He really did not expect the swordsman's learning ability to be so powerful. Perhaps, in fact, it was only a step away from the door, and it would have given away the final key core. There was no time for regret, and there was no time for other plans. Our Yuan knew that they had failed because they were not resolute enough. They would always hastily change their response when the situation changed. In reality, the more things changed, the more chaotic they became. Because your response would always be after the new situation, this vicious cycle would ultimately lead to failure. I still have a chance. All I need to do now is persevere. Our Yuan reminded himself. In the end, it was the young god's spiritual body. Even if it was severely injured, it was still able to send a portion of its spiritual energy to the main world, once again forming a spiritual life form that existed in two different dimensions. Then, to its shock, it discovered that the swordsman's flying sword had pierced through the spatial wall without hesitation, continuing to pursue its spiritual clone in the main world. This swordsman was so vicious and cunning. He must have possessed this ability long ago, but had not used it. He was only waiting for our Yuan to break through the spatial wall of speed before making his move. At the same time, he attacked our Yuan from both the main world and the two-dimensional space. Once again, our Yuan learns how cruel human cultivators can be. They are completely different from their companion of 2,000 years, Taoist Shi. Taoist Shi doesn't show it on his face, but his every move is full of malice and merciless. But our Yuan still persevered. This was because he had learned one thing from countless setbacks. Victory often existed in the persistence of one's own belief. He still had one last trick up his sleeve. Why should he admit defeat and let himself be trampled upon? The battle between the two suddenly became intense. The flying sword attacked mercilessly, and the spiritual energy counterattacked like a tidal wave. As the young god's spiritual body, our Yuan's spiritual energy was not easily exhausted. At the very least, it could last longer than the swordsman. There was a flaw in the swordsman's attack. It was because his attacks on the spiritual body in the same dimension were very effective, but his attacks on the other dimension were weakened. It was also different from the human's movement. When the flying sword passed through the spatial wall, its power would inevitably weaken, and it would only be able to maintain about 60 to 70% of its original power. This was the reason why our Yuan was able to last so long against the swordsman. It was constantly moving between the first and second dimensions, placing its main spiritual energy in a different dimension from the swordsman's. Similarly, the swordsman was constantly moving between the two dimensions, chasing after our Yuan's main spiritual energy. It was like two butterflies flying through the flowers, playing a game of death between the flowers. While moving, our Yuan completely understood that the swordsman had completely grasped the method of moving through the space of speed. He could change his speed, change his direction, and rotate his angle. Furthermore, he was becoming more and more familiar with it, and was becoming more and more effortless. Could something like divine abilities be learned? Our Yuan did not understand. It only knew that it had to kill this swordsman. It was provoking the swordsman's pride, but wasn't it also its own pride? If the swordsman faced it head-on, our Yuan could do the same. That was the only way it would have a chance at survival. Chapter 1592. Throughout the battle, our Yuan had been secretly moving in a certain direction. Although it seemed to be moving freely between two spaces, it was actually slowly approaching an interface. The boundary between the two universes. It was the invisible energy decaying gap between the two universes. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world, but very few people would think of using this common knowledge in battle. This was not normal. One needed to accurately grasp the location of the gap between the two universes. However, when the two of them were escaping from Legu's pursuers, they had experienced such a boundary. Therefore, even if our Yuan was not familiar with the terrain of the nearby universes, it would not delay its search. This was the last battlefield it had planned. It was difficult to grasp how to use the gap between the two universes. Would the opponent go? Would it be a physical attack or an energy attack? It was impossible to grasp these. However, if both of them were moving back and forth between the two universes, it would be easy to grasp. There was something special about using space displacement in the gap. It was not the same as teleporting under normal circumstances. Because of the uncontrollable energy decaying, one had to be extra careful. For a newbie, one could get stuck in the gap due to the sudden energy decaying, resulting in insufficient energy to pass through the space wall. Even our Yuan did not dare to leave a part of its energy between the two universes when teleporting in the gap between the two universes. For safety reasons, it could only combine its entire spiritual body to pass through the gap. This was the place where their victory would be decided. He Qian had been flying with his master for 10 years. He had also been silent and thinking for 10 years. Now, he had made a decision. I don't want to absorb the space energy in that spiritual body, he told his master. Sangui was happy, but he did not show it on his face. So, do you want to go back and share it with Swordsman? He has been staying on the Ferris wheel. If we rush back, we might still be able to make it in time. He Chen shook his head. No, Senior Lu doesn't like it. I'm not doing this to please anyone or to make friends with anyone. I just want to cut ties with my past behavior. It's only for myself, not for others. Sangui nodded. Okay, if you can do this, you will have friends in the future and a wider world. After all, I can't follow you forever. What do you plan to do with this thing? Since you've thought it through, why don't you make use of the trash? Kawasaki was very dissatisfied. Master, you're testing me again. Since we're going to separate, how can I truly give up on such a small advantage after being greedy? I want to destroy it now to get rid of the greed in my heart. 3 Cups glared at him. Even if you destroy it, don't you know how to show filial piety to your master? He Qian chuckled. You. What a joke. You won't even pick it up if it's thrown on the ground. You're afraid that you'll be affected by some karma and lose a few years of your life. Master, it's enough that you've lived long enough. The older you get, the more you cherish your life. 3 Cups shouted, evil creature, how can you talk to your master like that? Was he afraid that his master would die too late? So that I can pass all my assets to you? He Qian ignored his pretentious master and released the space spiritual body that he had dug down before. He used the true fire of dry yang to slowly burn it. Looking at the strange and bizarre space explosions that appeared in the flames, he mocked. What a pity. This thing's Tao of space is still very impressive. If it's used by us humans in battle, one person can fight against 100 soldiers. What a pity, what a waste of this thing. If I had known this would happen, I would have given it to someone else. At least I could have earned a favor. 3 Cups was very gratified. His disciple could say that it was a pity while maintaining the true fire of dry yang. This meant that he had indeed walked out of his own habits. It was not that he could ignore external objects when he was a supreme. The key was to choose. If he did not care whether it was good or bad, if he took what he should and should not take it, he would be greedy. Greed and competition are just 2 different concepts. As he burned, He Qian exclaimed, Master, come and see. 3 Cups floated closer and observed carefully. In the originally blue flames, there was a trace of orange flame explosion. He could not see what it was. However, it was clear that these small spatial energy bodies were different from most of the others. Because they belonged to the Tao of space, he could not see what it was. However, it did not stop 3 Cups from guessing. The flame in his hand flashed. It was a ball of illusory yin fire. It wrapped around He Qian's dry yang true fire tightly. Very cautiously, he said, as far as I know, the same form of flame burning in different dimensional spaces will emit different flame. Your dry yang true fire's blue color can turn into other colors in other dimensions. Yellow flame, white flame, black flame, green flame. Of course, it can also be orange. This can only mean that. He Qian felt a chill down his spine. If he really intended to refine this ball of energy, there was no need to think. He would definitely be taken advantage of by this energy body in the process of refining. It was not certain what would happen, and it was impossible for him to be taken over. However, there would definitely be an impact. He was not afraid of being overtly affected. He was most afraid of being subtly influenced and reignited from the ashes. In other words, today's burning was equivalent to burning away a big trouble for him. Not only in terms of his state of mind, but also in a practical sense. He. He Qian subconsciously laughed foolishly. He could not help but feel a lingering fear for his good luck. Master, when the orange color is completely burned, does it mean that this ball of energy is completely safe? Then we can boldly absorb it, right? Seeing that his master did not say anything, He Qian became nervous and naturally became talkative. Master, aren't you going to advise me not to waste it? I wonder if there will be a black light after the orange color. White light. White light. Master, that great thief wouldn't be so stupid as to really absorb this thing, right? Three River snorted. Don't think that just because he's a great thief, he has no self-control. This person is grateful to the swordsman. Secondly, he doesn't understand the Tao of space. Only a fool would recklessly come into contact with such a dangerous thing that he is unfamiliar with. I just don't know what kind of cruel method this guy will use to deal with this ball of energy. I don't think he will burn it. He will keep it and slowly torture it. The two of them were very careful. Finally, the large ball of energy was completely burned away, leaving not a single trace behind. 3 Cup put away the fire. Since you have no intention of returning to the Ferris wheel, then let's continue our journey. Who knows, we might encounter something that interests you. Chen shook his head. Master, with your old arms and legs, let's not continue, shall we? I've been out for 200 years. I want to go back. 3 Cup sighed in his heart. His disciple still had a knot in his heart. He wanted to prove something in front of the swordsman. Although he did not want to return to the Ferris wheel, he wanted to wait for him at the anchor chain. He did not know if the swordsman would give his disciple a chance to start over. Chapter 1593. The more Lu Xiaoyi fought, the smoother he got. It was not the flying sword, but the freedom of movement. When a Yuan threw out the last bait, he swallowed it and completed the final piece of the puzzle of space jumping. From then on, his sword was no longer a sword in the ordinary sense. It was like opening up a 3-dimensional space from a flat surface. From now on, he would be able to run without consuming any extra energy or time. He would not need to make any extra preparations for splitting the space apart. As long as he wanted to, he would be able to travel freely between the first dimension and the second dimension based on the change of the speed vector, switching back and forth. One day in the future, he would be able to move freely between the 36-dimensional spaces. At that time, even if he was playing with cats and dogs, so what? At least in this cultivation world where there were no half-immortals, no one could do anything to him. With this level of assurance, he could focus all his energy on attacking and no longer have to worry about his defense. For him, this was of epoch-making significance. For a Yuan, this battle was very fierce, but for Lu Xiaoyi, this was one of his least intense battles. In fact, since he was far away from Henghe Jie, he did not need to force himself to the state of full outbreak. Inside and outside the space of the Ferris wheel, instead of saying that he was fighting, it was better to say that he was playing an intellectual game, because the battle was not challenging at all. The last battle against a Yuan in this Ferris wheel incident was just like that in a Yuan's mind. For Lu Xiaoyi, even if it was a sun spirit, he did not have much interest in a spatial spiritual body that had no past or future and whose ability was going downhill. In the battle, he put more attention on adjusting his equation group. The 3 key variables had been determined. This was the cornerstone, but he still needed some miscellaneous things, such as variable control. Few cultivators in this cultivation world would think about these things, but as a different kind of soul, it was his instinct to consider the scope of application. Leaving redundancy and fighting with abundance was the most basic cognition. Not only was the soul rigorous from his previous life, but it also had the instinctive understanding of life and death as an excellent fighter. He knew very well that he could never hope to fight in a fair, unchanging, and stable space. The environment of a battle was always complicated. Even if the environment was not complicated to begin with, he or his opponent would definitely make it very complicated. Therefore, the first thing to be added to the equation was redundancy. He also had to cultivate this habit of his. For a Yuan, this genius idea was just a flash of inspiration, but for him, it was just a subconscious instinct. This was the best opportunity to practice. With a dangerous opponent and an example of space travel, he could learn a lot from it. Ah Yuan thought that swordsman had learned it, and it was no longer important to show his true ability, but this was not right. Lu Xiaoyi was frightening not only because of his ordinary ability to comprehend, but also because of his ability to constantly improve himself. There were many things in the dome that he did not comprehend as quickly as the others, but his specialty was that once he comprehended something, he would continue to improve on it endlessly. After a while, the others would realize that, how did the gap become so big? While he was enjoying himself, Our Yuan was secretly making his final preparations. He had set the final location of the spatial fissure in the two-dimensional space. In other words, when he entered the hidden channel between the two universes, he would travel again and send all his spiritual energy into the two-dimensional space. This was the process of trapping the swordsman. If the swordsman was careless, he would not be able to distribute enough energy while traveling through the spatial fissure, and he would be stuck in the spatial fissure. There would definitely be a problem. Because the energy in the hidden channel would be reduced by almost 50%, such a huge change could not be solved by a random reaction. Then, he would launch a spiritual attack on the swordsman in the two-dimensional space. If he was lucky, the swordsman would be crushed to death in the spatial fissure. Thinking about it again, he did not overlook anything. The swordsman might not be able to notice that they were close to the hidden channel at the boundary of the universe in the middle of the intense battle. The key was to be quick and decisive. They could not fight in the hidden channel as that would alert the swordsman to the uniqueness of their environment. When Yuan came out of the two-dimensional space, he was right at the edge of the hidden channel. He launched a spiritual attack on the swordsman, then stepped into the hidden channel. After waiting for a while and seeing that the swordsman had completely entered the channel, he immediately traveled through the spatial fissure. This time, he did not leave any energy behind in the main world. The next moment, Yuan appeared in the two-dimensional space. Just as he was about to find out where the swordsman was stuck, a friendly voice came from beside him. Yuan, what are you looking for? Yuan turned around and looked at the unharmed swordsman. He could not help but feel sad. The plan he thought was perfect was like a child's game in front of this human. It did not work at all. Then, where did the problem come from? For a moment, Yuan did not have the courage to struggle anymore. He stood there blankly, completely disheartened. The only thing he wanted was to let the surging river of swords tear him to pieces. The confidence that he had built up not long ago was completely gone. Lu Xiaoyi did not take advantage of the situation because Yuan treated him as an enemy. However, he had never treated Yuan as an unpardonable enemy. Ever since he carried the stone and returned to the heavens, in his heart, this farce had already ended. He had always had a good impression of those unnatural spirits. They might be childish and might make mistakes, but you can't treat them as if they were hopeless. Sheng Huaijin once told him that for tens of thousands of years, there had always been a Zhenjuan taking care of this so-called holy spirit in Strange Mountain. It was already a yang spirit. Why would it still need a yin spirit to take care of it? There was no other reason. The only reason was that its realm was very high, but its wisdom could not keep up. Why would he want to kill such a spatial spirit? What's the matter? You're not fighting anymore. You're not fighting, but that doesn't mean I'm not fighting either. This is a battle of life and death. Do you think you're playing house? Yuan is indifferent. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. Bao Shuo, who cherished it the most, is gone, and it is useless in this world of human self-cultivation. Its so-called battle experience, concept, and ability are just a joke in front of humans. Then, what was the point of living? To live and be bullied everywhere? Even killing a person was looked down upon. People did not treat it as a serious opponent at all. It was too painful. Yuan's helplessness was not without reason. To humans, its lifespan was long enough to experience the world of mortals. However, to a spiritual treasure, this was just the beginning. A voice came from the side. Then, tell me your story. Chapter 1594. Yuan was unwilling to speak, because it was not in the mood. It was not even afraid of death, so why should it listen to someone else? If it was not, then it would not be able to fight. Even if it continued like this, the swordsman might not be able to kill it, because other than being able to come to the 2D dimension, it could also go to other dimensions. What was hurt was its mood. Humans would not think this way, but it would. It was a spiritual treasure. It had the unique thinking of a spiritual treasure. Lu Xiaoyi did not let it go. Come, tell me a story and you can relax. Who knows, Maybe you won't want to die after you're done. Also, if you tell me your story, I'll tell you why you're always so clumsy in battle. Our Yuan was disheartened, but it was more or less interested in the swordsman's second point. That's right, why did this mission not go smoothly from the start? It was a meticulous plan, but when it came to executing it, it turned out like a clown. My original form is a clear sky wheel. It's not a man-made spiritual treasure, but a spiritual treasure that was born naturally in a complex space. It was nurtured by the heavens and earth, and borrowed the light of the sun and moon. In the spiritual treasure race, it should be a rather famous existence. Spiritual treasures were divided into innate and acquired spiritual treasures. Needless to say, Xiantian spirit treasures were all spirit treasures that were born together with the universe. There were also two types of spirit treasures that were naturally formed after the formation of the universe. It was a bit like the division of demonic beasts. Immemorial beasts were born together with the universe, but strange beasts were born naturally after the universe stabilized. Another type of treasure was created by humans through refining tools. However, most of these types of treasures could only become precious tools or Taoist tools. Only the most advanced treasures, the most precious materials, and a special coincidence could become acquired spirit treasures. The clear sky wheel was the former type, and was a relatively high-end acquired spiritual treasure. It was also a kind of heavenly treasure that was favored by the heavens. Originally, my cultivation should have been done step by step. As time passed, I would slowly improve and grow, just like every acquired spiritual treasure. But 10,000 years ago, there was a collapse of the Great Tao, and everything changed. The path that was supposed to be unchanging was no longer ordinary. I have a brother who was born with me. I am the clear sky wheel and he is the dark sky wheel. We are interdependent, born from the same source. Until one day after the collapse of the Great Tao, I was ambushed by my brother while I was cultivating. As a result, I lost the foundation of my main body. That wasn't an upper realm failure. Spirit treasures are just a matter of time. There's no such thing as failure. When the time comes, it'll happen naturally. I've never talked about this in the tens of thousands of years I've been in the strange mountain. Other than Baosha, you're the second person to know. Lu Xiaoyi listened quietly without commenting. Obviously, that experience was the deepest pain buried in our Yuan's heart. He didn't want to talk about it too much, so he just brushed it aside. By chance, I came to the bizarre mountain. I didn't really take root here. I just found a place to settle down. Tens of thousands of years is just a short period of time for us spiritual treasures. During this period, I occasionally helped humans deal with some troubles. For tens of thousands of years, I had the deepest relationship with Big Rock. Dozens of years ago, I told him my secret. Maybe it was because he felt injustice for me, or maybe he didn't have much time left. So we started to plan how to get a new body for me, and then revenge on my brother. To be honest, Big Rock was the main reason, because I knew that I would never be able to defeat my brother without my main body. And the gap between us would only get bigger and bigger as time passed. But Big Rock insisted. Because he didn't have much time left, he wanted to find a chance for me before he left, even if it was only a small chance. To deal with a spiritual treasure like the Wheel of Dark Sky, the body is especially important. It's impossible to find a spiritual treasure body. We couldn't find a high-quality one, and a low-quality one would be a joke. Among all the other creatures, only humans have the possibility of defying the natural order. So we prepared to find a human body. That's the origin of the Ferris wheel. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. At least it was logical. He just listened to it as a story. His purpose was to comfort our Yuan's fragile heart. He didn't really want to know or do anything. He had a lot of troubles to deal with, so he couldn't care less about the conflict between brothers. It was a conflict between brothers that was related to time and space. Our Yuan said gloomily, "You know the rest." At first, we set our target on the black and white villains, and then we saw that you and He were good. But we didn't have the courage to attack you, and He master was too careful. After the black corpse was possessed by the human soul, we knew that he would be discovered because there were too many flaws. Things were out of control from the beginning, and it was getting worse and worse. I found that I couldn't possess a human body. Although it was theoretically possible, my space ability was not something that a cultivator below the sun spirit could bear. In the process, there were deaths. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that so many people would die. I thought it was just a body. We made mistakes again and again, and there was no turning back. We could only move forward. As a result, the more we went, the more mistakes we made, and the more people died. As for Big Rock, I couldn't possess his body either. Although he wanted me to try, the result was that we quarreled, disagreed, and made mistakes. In the end, we reached a consensus that we should muddle through the current situation first. I disguised as Huijin, and attached part of my spirit to Big Rock's body. We were so busy that it became a problem of how to run away. Lu Xiaoyi was stunned. This was the adventure of the old keeper and the little childish. They were not even as good as the human soul. At least it had a purpose and means. It knew what it should do and what it could do. Although it was exposed in the end, it was just bad luck that it met Lu Xiaoyi. If it were a few other people, it would have been a successful possession. Were they all bad people? Not really. Of course, they were not good people. The world of cultivation didn't value this. The world of cultivation valued ability. If you had the ability to be a good person, you would be a hero. If you had the ability to be a bad person, you would be a hero. The worst thing was that if you didn't have the ability, you still worked hard, didn't give up, insisted on your own ideas, and went down the dark path. In the end, you hurt others and yourself. Many people died because of me, including those closest to me. I thought about it and found that if I didn't meet you, the situation would be different. Without you, the people who were pulled into the space wouldn't have gathered together. It would have been more chaotic and everyone would have done their own thing. Without you, maybe the black corpse wouldn't have been found. Without you, even if the black corpse was found, you would think that the matter was over and wouldn't continue to be unforgiving. So I knew that you must have found me. This is why I stayed on the Ferris wheel and waited for you. Because even if I didn't wait for you, you would have come to me, right? Chapter 1595. Lu Xiaoyi thought about it. What Yuan said seemed to be reasonable, but things couldn't be said like that, but he didn't have to argue. Maybe. It sounds a little bad, but I'm not here to ruin your plan. I'm just a traveler. It's the will of the heavens that put us together. So, it's also possible that the heavens don't think highly of your operation this time. Yuan stared at him. According to what you said, it was also the will of the way of heaven that my brother destroyed me? Then if I had done it first. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. You're so clumsy. Yuan stopped discussing this topic. It was more concerned. My story is over. Now you should tell me why I'm so passive in the world of human cultivation. Do I really have no fighting talent? Am I just a good-for-nothing? Lu Xiaoyi looked at it and answered seriously, No, you are very talented in fighting. It's just that you lack some experience. According to our understanding of fighting, strength is part of it, and experience is another part. If you stay in a place like Strange Mountain and are taken care of by others, you will never have experience. Even so, your progress this time is very fast. There is only one reason why you still failed. You chose the wrong opponent. In the current cultivation world of the universe, there are not many people who can fight with me, even sun gods. In this way, you should understand that if you want to find an opponent, you have to start from a soft persimmon. You can accumulate experience while cultivating confidence. If you insist on eating a fat person, the result will not be good, do you understand? Yuan looked thoughtful. Are you very famous in the human cultivation world? Lu Xiaoyi played it down. A little famous, but there is one thing. I may have killed many more people than you have met, and there is more than one sun god among them. This is why you are always defeated. Yuan finally forgot about its suicidal thoughts. You don't seem to want to kill me. Why? Do you know that if I want to run away, you may not be able to catch up with me? Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, You are right. I really don't want to kill you, and there is no benefit for me. Why? It's because I've always respected the spirits of heaven and earth. In my opinion, the natural spirits of heaven and earth don't seem to be hostile to humans. Even if you killed a few, it was mostly because of Boulder's instigation. Lastly, if I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape. I've been to the 36-dimensional space. Where can you run to? Seeing that Yuan did not speak, Lu Xiaoyi was also a little worried. The spirit treasures he had come into contact with before were all cunning old foxes, but he had never seen such a childish young god spirit treasure. This kind of thing could only happen to spirit treasures. The upper realm was too smooth, and there were few bumps. It had the innate ability of the great Tao, and when it was in the limelight, it could be said that it was doted on by thousands of people. The key point was that it had lost its most important precious body. Just like a human young spirit who had lost his body, his Taoist path had been destroyed. All kinds of feelings could be imagined and understood. What? You don't want to die now? In fact, it's not bad to end all troubles. There won't be so many troubles. Maybe you can get together with your human friend, Boulder, underground again? Yuan was very confused. I don't want to die, but there's no point in living. I can't go back to Strange Mountain. I don't even have a place to go. In the face of such a Yuan, Lu Xiaoyi was also very helpless. He suddenly felt that he was in trouble. After being taken care of by Strange Mountain for tens of thousands of years, this guy had developed some kind of consciousness of dependence. It was rare among spirit treasures, but there were all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. It was also his luck to meet such a person. For Yuan, the biggest problem after losing its precious body was that it had no plan for the future. Because there was no future, it didn't know what to do or where to go. This was the worst thing. The universe was boundless. It was irresponsible to let such a soul in the young spirit space drift in the void of the universe. It was fine if he didn't know, but now that he knew, he couldn't pretend not to see it. He had to find something for it to do, and at the same time, he had to disgust some people. Have you heard of the wings of clouds? Yuan thought for a moment. I think I've heard of it a long time ago. It was mentioned by a lord of Strange Mountain who came back from afar. They should be the lowest form of space spirit. They only have instincts and gather in large groups. They haven't developed a main consciousness yet. There are some in the universe like this, but they are very scattered. It's very difficult to form a main consciousness, especially near the human world of cultivation. It's basically impossible. They need a long time without being disturbed. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. There is such a place where there are a large number of natural wings of clouds, but there are human world of cultivation in the space where they live. There are even malicious humans from afar who wantonly capture them. Because they don't have a main consciousness, they can't form a systematic self-protection system. They can only hide passively. How can they escape the calculations of some people? If you really have nowhere to go, why don't you go there and have a look? You must have your own space communication method. This is something that humans can never compare with. Yuan was still very smart. You can get along with them. The 36-dimensional spaces that you mentioned were completed by them, right? The space door is also a very core great Tao of space. Lu Xiaoyi nodded and explained the general situation of the wings of clouds. They helped me because I helped them, but my strength alone can't help all the wings of clouds, and it's even more impossible for me to guard there forever against a powerful force of the world. The only ones who can protect yourselves are yourselves. I've already told you the specific situation. I wonder if you're interested. As space spirits, helping each other was the most basic understanding. And it really had nothing to do now. I'll go and touch that Hung River boundary. Lu Xiaoyi had to remind it. You're not going to touch that Hung River boundary. That's a big boundary, one as famous as the Anchor Chain boundary. If they know of your existence, I can guarantee that you won't be able to escape from their encirclement. There are many ways to resist. Fighting is actually the last one, and it may not be effective. If you can help your space spirit friends resist the temptation of the strange fragrance, and also think of other ways to capture the Hung River boundary when the plan fails, you'll have achieved your goal. You'll have contributed to these space spirits. To you, Your existence is meaningful. No matter what kind of creature it was, only after discovering the meaning of their existence could they persevere in this misty universe. In this process, they could cultivate themselves and become stronger, whether in terms of cultivation or state of mind. To our yuan, perhaps there was no possibility of increasing its cultivation, but if it could raise its state of mind to the level of the sun spirit realm, it would be a difficult opponent. Very difficult to deal with because it had space in its hand. Chapter 1596. He took out a star map. Start from the Ferris wheel and head in this direction. There'll be an uninhabited region, followed by the fruit platter, which is a very friendly region. After that, there'll be the chaotic weave, which is the main region where the wings of cloud operate. With your speed, you will probably reach there in less than 100 years. There, no one can help you, you can only rely on yourself. If you can organize the wings of cloud and not be captured by the Henghe boundary, if you can survive and fight with the Henghe boundary, then we may have a chance to meet again in the future. If you still hold a grudge against Hursha's death on that day, then we will have a fight to the death. Our Yuan took the star map and was silent for a while. You are different from other humans, you are a real cultivator. The encounter of the space spirit should be solved by us. I will do my best. Our Yuan followed the star map Lu Xiaoyi gave it and entered the background of the starry sky. This was the only way that Lu Xiaoyi could find to revive this guy. As for how far it could go, it was not something that he could guess. He was a person who knew how to be grateful, so he gave a Yuan a way out because it was a spirit of nature, not an unforgivable evil, and it depended on how humans guided it. To be honest, Hursha was a failure in this aspect. The most important thing was that his flying sword system would enter a new stage from now on, a stage that no one had ever reached before. All the sword vein had no distinction between each other, and the core cornerstone of the sword theory was Shenyuan ancestors' sword manipulation. No matter how many talented people created sword techniques that shook the universe, such as the killing sword, graceful sword, star sword, Taoist sword, and so on, including the crow ancestor, it was undeniable that none of the sword techniques could break away from the essence of controlling the sword. The sword manipulation was the root of the swordsman. It was life. It was the guarantee of victory. For tens of thousands of years in Shenyuan, the swordsman had never stopped innovating and changing the sword manipulation. There were many ways to do it, starting from the martial arts, the sword manipulation, the combination of sword manipulation, and some even dabbled in the use of tools. Of course, this included the ability to manipulate space, but in this aspect, the achievements of the past tens of thousands of years were very limited. Because entering and exiting space required extra magical power and time, the sword manipulation was always intermittent, incoherent, and unnatural. The most important thing was that after entering a certain space, the sword manipulation's attack would naturally stop, which conflicted with the philosophy of the swordsman's extreme pressure. If the sword manipulation, the opponent would not be able to find you, but at the same time, the opponent would also be able to catch a breath. Therefore, very few sword cultivators would use spatial techniques in a continuous battle. Compared to long-range attacks, they preferred to keep their flying swords in attack mode all the time, unless the opponent wanted to leave or change their target. But for the current opponent, one result was inevitable. Because the sword manipulation was not present, the opponent would have a choice. Lu Xiaoyi's spatial manipulation was completely different. It perfectly avoided all the flaws of the spatial manipulation. He did not need to worry about the extra effort to create a spatial passage, which meant that his sword manipulation would always be at its strongest. He did not need to worry about being vulnerable to attacks and stiffness when entering and exiting the spatial passage. He could control the entire process without any blind spot. He also did not need to worry about the sword manipulation after entering the spatial passage, because his sword manipulation could now attack through the spatial passage. An opponent was being attacked and beaten the entire time, but the opponent's shadow was nowhere to be seen or heard. One moment he was here, the next moment he was in the dimensional space, and the next moment he appeared somewhere else, or maybe he didn't even appear at all. How was he supposed to fight? It was so frustrating. This was the meaning of traveling. This was the meaning of traveling. Throwing away all the scheming and scheming. Throwing away all the so-called main quests, and all the worries of the past. Throwing away all those friends of the past, and not restricting himself because of lingering feelings. It was like a bear breaking a stick. If you don't break it continuously, how would you know what kind of surprise would be in the next stick? Cultivation equals new world equals new friends equals new ideas equals new opportunities equals new you. This was the meaning of cultivation. Life was a journey, and not one that revolved around one's own sect, friends, the changes in the Great Tao, and other trivial matters. It was also because he walked out that he knew the dangers of the Henghe realm, otherwise, he would have been kept in the dark, thinking that Buddhism was the source of all the chaos in the world. Only then did he know that the source was endless. When the Great Tao changed, everyone was the source. It was Buddhism, the Henghe realm, and many others, including the strange zombies and crawlers in the spatial passage. Broaden one's horizons, expand one's mind, indulge oneself, and embrace the universe. It was also because he jumped out of the spatial passage, whether it was the 5 rings of sky or Juzian's heaven's choice, that he had a deeper understanding of the development and changes of the universe, a knowledge that was unique to him. He would no longer follow what others said, and no longer passively accept missions. All of this came from him exiling himself in this boundless universe, and from then on, he had a higher foothold. The chaotic weave opened the door of spatial passage for him, and from then on, his understanding of space was no longer shallow, but had reached a higher level. The fruit bowl acting as a Gatling gun seemed to be harmless, but it allowed him to comprehend the true essence of the spatial passage sword. He had perfectly combined the power of space and the power of faith. The Ferris wheel was the result of his hundreds of years of accumulation on the path of space. From then on, he, Lu Xiaoyi, could also boast shamelessly that he was a spatial passage expert. The qualitative change was in the speed of space. This new way of jumping through space gave him unparalleled combat ability. From then on, space was not restricted to sword cultivators. This series of changes, opportunities, and gains seemed to be accidental, but in fact, it was already predestined when he decided to return after 1,000 years. Just like the Shenyuan scabbard that the Crow ancestor comprehended when he was wandering in the void, Lu Xiaoyi did not fall behind. Although it was only one move, this move could benefit the entire Shenyuan sword vein. Unlike the Crow ancestor's scabbard, which required various hardware and software requirements, his spatial manipulation sword technique was the real killer. Not only was it powerful, but it could also be popularized. With just this technique, it was not an exaggeration to call it the ancestor. With such a happy mentality, Lu Xiaoyi appeared and disappeared in the void of the universe, and under various conditions, he tested the limits of the spatial manipulation sword technique. This was only the beginning. With the accumulation of experience, the improvement of his data, the improvement of his cultivation, and a deeper understanding of the Tao of space, he would be able to extend his spatial manipulation sword technique to the 3rd, 4th, and even the 36th dimension. The spatial manipulation sword technique was just like this. Chapter 1597. The anchor chain domain was another influential and powerful domain in the cultivation world of the universe. This was a domain cluster. It was not a single domain. The reason why it was called the anchor chain was because all the stars in the 8 domains were a single point. When it was drawn and marked on the star map, it was a standard anchor with a chain. There was an anchor trunk, an anchor claw, an anchor arm, an anchor crown, and an anchor chain body. When the 8 human cultivation stars were connected together, it was a complete anchor chain form. So to be precise, the anchor chain domain was an alliance of domains. Because they were relatively close to each other, outsiders treated them as a whole. And they themselves had merged together over hundreds of thousands of years of history. You have me, you have me. There were big and small domains, but the difference was not big. Because of history, and also the inevitable trend of the development of cultivation, each domain had formed a structure where one sect dominated and ruled over the other small sects. Kaiyang, Zhaixing, Yingyuan, Xihang, Kongjie, Dutian, Sandong, Na Ruo, these were the 8 domains, and also the names of the cultivation sects in the domains. In the long history of the cultivation world of the universe, there were disputes between these sects, there were also filthy conflicts, and there were even wars. But after so many years, they still maintained an overall attitude towards the outside world. This was the normal philosophy of cultivators. If there was too much internal friction, this was just a loose group of cultivation domains, and it would never be able to become the famous anchor chain domain in the universe. Moderate internal conflicts and then united against the outside world was the attitude that a truly knowledgeable cultivator should have. This attitude had been maintained for many years, and it could have been maintained forever. But when the great Tao collapsed and the order of the universe changed, the anchor chain could not stay out of it. Under the general trend of chaos and the changing of the epoch, only those small sects with no ambitions would wait for the change of the heavenly Tao. As long as there was a bit of strength, they would not resign themselves to adversity and wait passively. They had to do something to fight for a better position and a more advantageous situation for themselves and their orthodoxy after the change of the epoch. The anchor chain was the same. As an influential force in the cultivation world of the universe, their actions and tendencies attracted the attention of many people. It was a huge piece of enamel. Among them, the universe war hundreds of years ago inevitably affected this place. Although they didn't make a choice in the end, this kind of hesitation couldn't last long. They couldn't always sit on the fence. If they continued to sit on the fence, they would be abandoned by everyone. In the end, they would end up with nothing. Therefore, they could choose not to participate in the beginning of the universe war, but they would definitely participate in the following universe war. The key question was, which side would they sit on? Buddhism? Taoism? Fifth ring? Juzian? Natural selection? This problem did not only trouble them. In fact, it also troubled every major domain with some strength. Of course, this included Fushan and the light domain. This was a common problem for everyone. The anchor chain had its own special problems. There were 8 domains in the alliance, an even number. This meant that it was very likely that the dispute would end in a tie. If no decision was made, it would become a long wrangle. This was caused by internal forces. There were also external factors, such as lobbyists, messengers, and traitors. It had never stopped, and there was a suspicion that it was becoming more and more intense. They each displayed their own abilities, roping in, buying, bribing, and threatening. Some moved with emotion, some explained with righteousness, some used force, and some used emotional attacks. 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their own abilities. These people were treated equally by the anchor chain domain. They were never biased or targeted because these people all had complicated backgrounds behind them. Heaven's Choice, Juzian, Hung River, Buddhism, Taoism, Float and Sink, Light, and even the distant 5 rings. Everyone had their own goals and thoughts. After staying for a long time, it was inevitable that they would cause a lot of trouble in the anchor chain domain. The originally calm waters of the anchor chain domain began to ripple. Although it was unknown how long it would take for the storm to start, it was just a process. Among these outsiders, the 5th ring people and Juzian people were closer. They belonged to Taoism, but there were still some areas where they could not reconcile. Natural Selection was in cahoots with Hung-He domain and was a follower of Buddhism. Fushan and light domains were mixed in. Their intentions were unclear, and it was not certain which side they would join. They were also thinking about how to drag the anchor chain domain into the water and start anew. The 3 factions would form a powerful third faction. Every force had their own plans, and they wouldn't reveal their true intentions until the very last moment. This referred to the anchor chain domain's stance as a whole was unclear. In terms of specific domains, there was still a clear bias. For example, Kai Yang was biased towards Juzian, Ying Yuan was biased towards the 5th ring, Kong Jie and Heaven's Choice were close, Ci Hang was in cahoots with Hung-He domain, and Du Tian was secretly in cahoots with light domain. Ruo and Fu Shun were flirting with each other, and the rest was ambiguous. But it was only a bias. In the end, there could only be one choice. There were many human orthodoxies. The ones mentioned above were only those that the great Defy stood on the front stage. There were also those that operated in private. For example, some powerful domains in the region, and some mysterious orthodoxies of faith, other than humans. There were also other species that resided in the anchor chain domain, immemorial beasts, demon beasts, and strange beasts. It was said that in a secret location beyond space, there were also Zerg's emissaries and the winged men. Ever since the end of the Great War, the attention of the universe's cultivation world had shifted away from the Fifth Ring, Juzian, and Heaven's Choice. These places were important, but their stances had been set, and there was no possibility of change. Instead, it was the other domains that had yet to express their stance that attracted more attention. Among them, the anchor chain domain was located between the Fifth Ring, Juzian, and Heaven's Choice, which was not too far away from Light Domain. Hence, it became a battlefield for all parties to wrestle with. The tentative war had been fought. Next was the stage for the school of vertical and horizontal domains. Although there were no flashes of swords on the battlefield, the back and forth and scheming in the dark were even more intense and cruel. In the Ying Yuan domain, on a mountain peak, several Taoists were sitting in a circle. They were all primordial soul-perfected lords. Ji Yu has master, Daoist Blue Jing of the Ying Yuan Daoist sect, and 7 guests from the Fifth Ring. The Supreme Burning Incense, the 3 Pure Ones Shuru, the Xuanyuan's Glorious Light, the Jialan's Pingting, the Wanjingliu's Li Shong, the Chimen Duanjia's Ziwu, and the Dafa's Chenduo. This was a very young team. Ever since the Great War in the Fifth Ring, they had set off from the Fifth Ring and rushed to the anchor chain domain. With the guidance of their seniors and the anti-space floating cross, they had traveled for 200 to 300 years. This was a mission, but it was also a form of training. They were all outstanding figures among the younger generation of perfected lords. They did not use their young spirits because the purpose of the mission was not to fight. In fact, if they really fought, none of these people would be easy to deal with. They were all elites among elites, the backbone of the next generation of major sects. Each of them had the ability to support an ordinary yang spirit. Killing a yang spirit might be a little difficult, but ensuring their own safety was not a problem. Chapter 1598. For missions like representing a domain, the experienced would usually be chosen. Firstly, they were experienced, and secondly, they were mature and prudent. This was a normal situation. However, the current situation of the universe was not normal. A storm was brewing during a war, so they should not be mature. They had to forge ahead. Moreover, to be honest, they were all elite primordial soul cultivators of large sects and forces. They were all 1,000 to 2,000 years old. What did they not know? Being mature and experienced was just a saying in the mortal world. Once a cultivator became a true monarch, they were all sly and cunning. You could not find anyone who was childish. Many of these people were from the same generation as Lu Xiaoyi when he stabbed the sword in the Fishleap Mountain. They had all grown up now. For example, Guang Yaro had already advanced to Jin Dan when he stabbed the sword in the Fishleap Mountain. Shou Yu was his opponent at the Fishleap Mountain. He had also met Ran Xin once. Li Shong had even colluded with him before. These people had all grown up after thousands of years of training. They gradually became the pillars of their respective sects and forces. During this period of great change in the universe, it was time for these people to show their faces and integrate into the changes of the universe. If anything happened, they would naturally be the ones to take the lead. What was the purpose of nurturing disciples? It was for this moment. The stage was already set. They were all the main characters. Whether they acted well or badly, it was their role. They were not those 3,000 to 4,000 years old men. The older generation was destined to have no fate with the changes of the era. They were also destined to fade away from the stage. In fact, this was not only the case for the Fifth Ring realm. It was the same for every domain. The young true monarchs who were sent out were all 1,000 to 2,000 years old. This was so that everyone could stand on the stage and familiarize themselves with each other. If they were not enemies, there was also the possibility of becoming friends. This was networking. This was the structure of the universe in the future. The large sects and forces all understood this. Therefore, The current anchor chain realm was also a battle for the future of the young people. Sending ambassadors to the anchor chain realm was a trend. It was also something that all the large forces had to do. No matter how arrogant you were, if you did not come when others came and gave up a powerful realm in the end, you would be irresponsible to yourself. Therefore, even though Five-Ring Soul Masters weren't very good at doing this kind of thing and didn't really care about groveling, they still had to do it. They couldn't be proud. But because they were the furthest out of all the envoys, they still had to wake up early in the morning and rush over late at night. They were almost the last to reach the anchor chain domain. They had already been here for 100 years, but they still had very little success. Even if they had the backing of the most enterprising realm in the universe, and even if everyone recognized that Five-Ring cultivators were among the best in terms of individual quality, it still couldn't help them obtain the support of more than half of the realms on the anchor chain. Perhaps the other party already had a plan in mind, but was unwilling to reveal the cards so early. The Ying Yuan Daoist sect was one of the 8 anchor chain regions. Their region was located at the top of the anchor chain regions. In fact, it was not because of their harvest from this trip. It was because of the historical and friendly relationship between the Ying Yuan Daoist sect and the Oracle of Jiulan of the Five Rings. From this, one could see the way Jiulan handled matters. There were still many forces behind it that had not been revealed. This was also the characteristic of the sect. The Oracle of Jiulan was the most popular sect in the Five Rings. In this aspect, even the 3 pure ones and the supreme ones could not compare. Of course, there was no need to mention the sword lunatic who made enemies everywhere. With the support of the Ying Yuan Daoist sect, they at least had a base camp. But in the following 100 years, these geniuses felt that it was very difficult. They ran into walls everywhere, and the experience of being softly rejected never stopped. This was not a place where one could get angry and spill blood on the spot. When these great sects and forces played Tai Chi, it was truly watertight. They were completely untainted by karma. Making friends, getting in touch, drawing pictures, persuading with emotions, persuading with reason, they had used all the methods they could think of, but there was still no satisfactory result. When they first arrived at the anchor chain, there was the support of the Ying Yuan Daoist sect. After 100 years, only the Ying Yuan Daoist sect was willing to truly express their support. This made everyone feel somewhat depressed. Taoist Master Blue Jing saw that the atmosphere was rather gloomy, so he spoke up to console them. The people of the anchor chain are like this. They appear to be more shrewd to the outside world. They have ideas in their hearts, but they won't say it out loud. I reckon that when the day comes for a showdown, the result won't be like the last time. It's a tie of 3, with 2 people giving up. There's also good news. Although we haven't made any progress, aren't our opponents still the same? Don't be fooled by the rumors outside, such as which domain has already fallen to which side. These are all deliberately spread by people with ulterior motives to gather momentum. The purpose is to make others lose their composure and become anxious. Then, they will make one move after another. As long as we perform our best, there's nothing else to worry about. The diplomatic mission has a certain effect. It's indispensable, but it's not absolute. Under the general trend of the universe, no one is a fool. Everyone wants to see deeper, truer, and clearer. After all, there's only one chance to choose. Zi Wu of Chimen Duanjia smiled bitterly and said, "That's the truth. It's just that I feel a little uneasy. I've been running around for 100 years, but I haven't made any achievements. I'm just going around in circles in the eyes of others, guardian of 3 purities side. When it comes to diplomatic missions, we're naturally at a disadvantage. The distance is too far, and we came late. Moreover, there's no way for us to improve our understanding of the sects here through networking activities. We don't have the means to contact the cultivators below, and the higher-ups don't have the opportunity to do so. As a result, we can't rely on either side. Our progress is limited." The social gathering he was talking about was something that many other forces had been doing. For example, they would get a group of nascent soul cultivators to go on missions together, or get a group of true immortals to go on an adventure together. In the process, they would show some small favors. Humans were emotional creatures. After interacting with each other for a long time, they would naturally come to understand each other. When considering which side to stand on, they would have a bias. It was a work that accumulated over time. They couldn't do it because it would take at least 300 years to fly here from the fifth ring. Even the older ones would die of old age. It was easier said than done to pull a big help to the fifth ring. They were also people who had participated in the Great Battle of the Fifth Ring. The scene at that time was still vivid in their minds. There was a Shenyuan swordsman who directly pulled people from Heaven's Choice and Juzian back. Moreover, it was a large scale of more than 2,000 people. At that time, they didn't feel anything. Now that it was their turn, they realized how difficult it was. Swindling was also a skill. You had to be able to deceive people and suppress them. It wasn't easy. But staying here was their mission. They couldn't give up just because it was difficult. The main problem now was how to find an entry point to make the fifth ring stand out from the crowd. They knew a lot of friends. In fact, almost every person in the anchor chain was willing to make friends with the people of the fifth ring. Of course, the anchor chain was friends with everyone. From this point alone, it could be seen that the cultivators here were all cunning and deep. Chapter 1599. Lan Jing looked at his friends from the fifth ring and felt that they could not be of much help. There were many reasons why the Ying Yuan Daoist sect supported the fifth ring, but it was not entirely because they had a deep relationship with the Jialan Oracle of the fifth ring. The cultivation world would never decide their final stance based on their relationship with the Jialan Oracle. What they looked at was benefits and future development. Therefore, at the highest level of the Anchor Chain Conference, they had reached a consensus. They wanted every major faction to see hope, but they were not confident. Therefore, they could only work hard. Only then would they be able to profit from the negotiations. Only then would they be able to obtain real benefit. Let every major force see hope. In other words, no matter how late the people from the fifth ring came, no matter how much others thought highly of them or rejected them, the fifth ring was destined to have the support of a domain. This was just a formality. It did not mean that Ying Yuan really supported the fifth ring and would vote for the fifth ring in the final vote. The advantage of doing so was to prevent a certain force from acting out of desperation and not following the rules. In the end, the flames of war would ignite within the anchor chain. This was what the anchor chain man wanted to avoid. Ying Yuan was not completely devoted to the five rings. By the same logic, Kai Yang was not necessarily biased towards Juzian. The intimacy between Kong Jie and Heaven's Choice could also be an act. There might be a third or fourth leg of the pants that Si Hang and Hung He shared. The secret relationship between heaven and light could only remain in the dark forever. If Ruo and Fu Chen were exchanging flirtatious glances, then perhaps Ruo was born with squinting eyes. There would definitely be sincere supporters, but there would definitely be fake ones as well. Their goal was not that bad. They just wanted to create a balance in the anchor chain society. This was very important. You can't have your own family in chaos before you even sit down properly, right? This was the anchor chain society's attitude towards external forces. Of course, this was only known to the highest level of the society. It was a kind of tacit understanding between them. Lan Jing was fortunate enough to be one of the few insiders in the Ying Yuan Daoist sect. He was chosen as the liaison officer of the fifth ring and was responsible for coordinating the activities of the fifth ring people in the anchor chain society. Therefore, he had to know some real things in order to be reasonable. He had to be enthusiastic and keep his distance. This required a very high EQ. Just like now, every word he said sounded like he was thinking from the perspective of a fifth ring expert. It was very heartwarming, but the crux of the problem was that it was completely useless. The reason the anchor chain man did this was because he didn't want to make a decision so quickly. This was because it could be foreseen that in the few hundred years after the First War, all parties would be working hard to develop and recuperate. There was no clue about the next war, and it might take another few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, to reach the climax before the end of the era. Under such a judgment, there was no need to pick a side too early. and they would lose the qualifications to benefit from both sides. This was the reality of the situation, but he could not say this out loud. Otherwise, it would easily attract the condemnation of everyone, and he might even be isolated in the universe. Therefore, he could only drag it out. If he could drag it out for a year, it would be a year. At the very least, in the process of dragging it out, the anchor chain would have a relatively peaceful development environment. However, the young Supremes who came from various domains were suffering. They wanted to make a name for themselves and make a name for themselves, but they were trapped in the anchor chain domain, and it was difficult to endure. Anchor chain, as its name suggested, when the head of the anchor was lowered, the entire ship would not be able to move. No matter where the waves came from or where the tide went, they would not be able to move this big broken ship. Since the arrival of the 7 people of the 5th ring here 100 years ago, they had each set out to visit the other 7 anchor chain domains as ambassadors to make friends and extend olive branches to the higher-ups. However, there was little progress. Every 10 years, they would respond to Yuan and report the results to each other. At the same time, they would also formulate a plan for the next step, and see if there was a possibility of cooperation between them, and if there was a special event that required their help. Lan Jing was especially invited Daoist. As the host, it would be inappropriate to not invite him. It would make it seem like the people of the 5th ring were plotting something. However, it was just a formality. Everyone knew that if there were no special changes, it would still be a stagnant water with a slight ripple. It would make people drowsy and unable to lift their spirits because they could not see any hope. Now that Lan Jing had fulfilled his obligations, he should give these guests of the 5th ring a private space to complain and complain. They should not be an eyesore here. After a round of conversation, Lan Jing stood up. This poor Daoist will not disturb everyone from catching up. I still have the same words. If there's anything you need, just tell me. I, Ying Yuan, will definitely do it. If there's something I can't do, I will think of a way to do it. Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. Everyone bid farewell to each other. Watching Lan Jing disappear into the white clouds and the sea, Chen Duo, who was on planet Darfar, pursed his lips. It's really Darfar. They only know how to talk and not put in any effort. After 100 years, I finally see clearly what the so-called shrewdness of the anchor chain person is. Things like the anchor chain person, to these experienced primordial soul-perfected lords, they had their own feelings. Although they did not have any evidence, they had a rough idea of what was going on. They could not say it out loud. If they really did say it out loud, they would lose their only supporting domain. Why bother? The cultivation world was also particular about seeing through but not exposing. Seeing through but not saying it out loud. Unless absolutely necessary, they still had to give both parties a way out. The other party was just uncertain. It was not like he had really rejected them. He was still someone who could be roped in. How could they let him lose face? Everyone smiled bitterly. Not only was Lan Jing like this in Ying Yuan Taoism, the higher-ups of the Sun God were also the same. They clearly got along well, but they could not open their hearts to each other. They could not speak their hearts to each other. It was as if there was always a layer between them. Ping Ting smiled bitterly. In the cultivation world, friendship between individuals is more reliable. But when it comes to relationships between sects and forces, they can only look at benefits. They are waiting to evaluate the strength of each party. If this was before the Great War, my 5th ring's appeal would be far stronger than the other sects. But this time, we have actually suffered some losses. Perhaps it is because of this that the anchor chain person is still unwilling to make a decision. I heard from the older generation that we had already contacted the anchor chain before the Great War. At that time, they were still leaning towards the 5th ring. Who would have thought that after this battle, we would clearly win, but in the eyes of the outside world, we would lose our momentum. This was the cultivation world. In a battle of the universe, quality was not the only thing that mattered. It was also the quantity, the foundation, and the ability to recover. In these aspects, the 5th ring still needed time to prove how good they were. Guang Yarrow snorted. A domain with thousands of cultivators. Under the great changes in the universe, They can't even have their own perseverance and their own ideals. They have to look left and right. They are in a dilemma, and they don't even dare to express their views in front of the world. I think such a domain's future is very limited. They are just characters who hide behind others and wave flags. They have no future. Chapter 1600. Guang Yaro's words resonated with everyone, but the anchor chain was not from the fifth ring realm. Their temperament was different, so no one could force them. Even if they looked down on them, they still had to behave themselves and wait here obediently to receive their recognition. Things like slogans were really too weak. Burned firewood coughed softly. Everyone had gone a little off topic. In 3 years, it will be the battle for the order of the anchor chain boundary. It happens once every 360 years and is of great significance to the anchor chain boundary. It is also one of the rare times when they seriously compete and will no longer care about the tacit agreement between each other. For us, it is a chance to show our value. I heard that Ci Hang has already promised the Hung River boundary that they will allow the Hung River boundary's cultivators to join Ci Hang's team to participate in the battle for the order of the anchor chain boundary. There was a lot of information in this sentence. The battle for the order of the anchor chain boundary was a unique astronomical change that was unique to the anchor chain boundary. Since ancient times, the anchor chain boundary had been seen as a whole because the anchor chain boundary followed a certain mysterious law in the movement of the stars. The shape of the entire anchor chain boundary was divided into 2 anchor claws, 2 anchor arms, 1 anchor crown, and 1 anchor rod. There were also 2 stars at the position of the anchor chain. The uniqueness of the anchor chain boundary was that the positions of all the stars and boundaries in the anchor chain boundary were not fixed forever. Every 360 years, due to some mysterious effect within the anchor chain boundary, the anchor chain boundary's constellation would be projected into a void. It was like a huge miniature star atlas. Every boundary in the atlas was in its position. It was a miniature of the anchor chain boundary's constellation under the void. The key was that this miniature projection could be moved and changed. In other words, cultivators could artificially move the anchor claws to the anchor chains, the anchor arms to the anchor crown, and so on. After this miniature star atlas disappeared after a period of time, the actual positions of the anchor chain boundary's 8 realms would change according to the final miniature star atlas. In a short period of time, a brand new anchor chain boundary would be formed. The outer appearance would still be the same, but the positions of the anchor claws, anchor rods, anchor arms, anchor crown, and anchor chains would be changed to a new boundary. Take Ying Yuan for example. 400 years ago, he was at the anchor pole. Now, he was at the anchor crown. 3 years later, he would experience another change in the star map. It was very likely that he would be moved to another position. It was more of an exaggeration to say that cultivators had the ability to change the sky. For example, the celestial bodies of human cultivators could not be moved at their own will. However, through the shrinking of the celestial bodies every 360 years, they could change the position of the celestial bodies in the celestial body map to achieve the ultimate effect of the actual position. What was the point of such a change? It was very significant. This was because the 8 anchor worlds were a single entity. The distribution of spiritium was not provided by the 8 anchor worlds. Instead, it was distributed to a certain extent. To put it simply, the spiritual vigor of the anchor claws was the most abundant, followed by the anchor arms, followed by the anchor crown, anchor rod, and anchor links. If one were to compare the 2 regions of the anchor claws with the most abundant spiritual vigor and the tail end of the anchor chain with the weakest spiritual vigor, there would be a difference of 1 fold. For example, Ying Yuan's current anchor crown position was inferior to the top, but superior to the bottom. It was placed behind the 4 regions of the anchor claws and anchor arms, but in front of the 3 regions of the anchor rod and anchor chain. It was an awkward position that was neither up nor down. The significance of spiritium to the cultivation worlds was incomparable to the details. It might not be important to Yuanying and above, but it was extremely important to Qi refining and foundation establishment Jindan. This meant that the reserve of talents was a matter of having a deep foundation. If a region could maintain its anchor claws and anchor arms for a long time, naturally, the foundation of the entire region would be strengthened. There would be more foundation establishment Jindan, which also meant that there would be more talents who could become great cultivators in the future. In this sense, it was a competition that the 8 anchor worlds would never give up. It was a competition of Tao. When the survival of a region was at stake, everything else could be abandoned. The so-called shrewdness was also non-existent. It was a fight to the death. There was no possibility of retreat. Where was Si Hang and Pudu? They were on the anchor chain, the second to last position. One could imagine how weak their spirition was. Moreover, they had been stuck on the anchor chain for several consecutive years without being able to move. This had a great impact on the cultivation environment of the entire region, so they must be the most anxious. Regardless of how the universe would change in the future, if one's own strength could not keep up, and there was a shortage of talents, what could one use to compete? This was the reason why Si Hang and Pudu had called in foreign aid. Their own combat strength could not help them move forward in this sequencing. Other than calling in reinforcements, what else could they do? On the anchor chain, there were no clear rules about calling in reinforcements. They could either call in reinforcements or not. However, this news had been spread intentionally or unintentionally. Not to mention the true intentions of the people with ulterior motives, for the other 7 regions, there was no other way except to call in reinforcements. After all, these cultivators who came as ambassadors were all top cultivators from various powerful regions. Needless to say, it would be a waste not to use their combat strength. Shuru chuckled. The person who spread this news is not honest. I reckon that it was done by Hung his group. It's because everyone is dissatisfied with the attitude of the anchor chain. It's ambiguous. Everyone is waiting anxiously and wants a definite result. Usually, there's no such opportunity, and the anchor chain does not allow outsiders like us to fight here. Now that it's sequencing, it's better to gather all the guests and see how strong they are. If any of them can help the native region get a good anchor position, they will undoubtedly prove themselves in a certain aspect and also prove the strength of the force they belong to. In the future, the anchor chain will have to consider this point when choosing. This is the reason why Heng his group privately spread this news. The people of the 5th ring had been here for 100 years, and the others had been here for even longer. Some had been here for more than 200 years. For such a mission, they had stayed for hundreds of years. It would be a lie to say that they were not anxious. The key was that this kind of delay was endless. Therefore, it was the common wish of all the foreign forces to get an early result, but it was difficult to find a suitable opportunity to provoke this dawdling master. If the people of Heng he secretly appeared in the sequencing battle, they might indeed be able to help Si Hang and Pudu win a better position. However, this would not show their strength to Heng his group. Because they were only putting on a one-man show, and the other forces did not participate. There was no comparison, and Hung his methods could not be shown. Therefore, spreading the news privately was to let everyone participate. This was an open conspiracy. The key was that all the foreign forces fell for this trick. They also wanted to show their strength. That was why Shuru said that this was originally a matter between the 8 regions of the anchor chain, but now it had become a duel between the foreign forces. When had the people of the 5th ring been afraid of this? This was exactly what they wanted. Chapter 1601. Ping Ting sighed. Back then, Zhu Xian wanted to show off his strength, so he went to Heaven's Choice and challenged them to an intense battle. In the end, he even won, but what was the result? In the end, didn't Heaven's Choice still target Zhu Xian? It didn't seem to have any effect. Guang Yarou shook his head. Senior Marshal Sister, it's different. At that time, Zhu Xian was defending passively. Now, we have to take the initiative to attack. It's not the same concept. Zhu Xian will never be able to compare to our 5th ring. They're good at defending, but not good at attacking. The anchor chain man is very clear on this point. During the battle, the real danger was only in the 5th ring. Zhu Xian's Heaven and Earth chessboard was more like a game, a joke. Burned Firewood sneered. Senior Marshal Brother Guang Yarrow is right. Our fifth ring isn't a realm that can tolerate deceit. If you go back on your word after agreeing, you'll have to suffer the wrath of the fifth ring. The anchor chain man is very clear on this point. Heaven's Choice, Zhu Xian, Fu Chen, Guang Ming, Heng He, and the fifth ring. These 6 powers will each help one family. Whoever can occupy the position of the anchor claw in the end will gain the upper hand in this competition of strength. I don't need to explain the meaning behind this in detail. Brothers and sisters, we've waited 100 years for this day. Even if we still can't decide the attitude of the anchor chain in the end, it will definitely have a huge impact. You and I have our own strength, and even the 5-ringed people can't break through the situation here. If we can't come out on top in the end, hehe, I think we can only obediently return home. Shoru was still cautious. There's still the star plucking and the 3rd ring. Don't think that they don't have anyone supporting them. We can't let our guard down just because their supporters are unknown. From what I know, the power behind the 3rd ring is very complicated. It's vaguely the root of the main world's Buddhist sects. However, they're very secretive and never appear as pure Buddhist disciples. Instead, they've gathered a group of loose cultivators from the main world, and most of them are Daoist cultivators. Among them, there were ancient pure-blooded cultivators, isolated Daoist eccentrics, rare beasts, and even a mysterious swordsman who roamed the universe alone. Senior Brother Guang Yarrow, you're in for some fun. I've heard that the lone swordsman is extremely powerful. In the past few decades, he's been able to kill several true monarchs in an instant. The others didn't even have a chance to retaliate. It's not easy for anyone to deal with such an opponent. You're the only one who can deal with him. Light snorted. In the universe, who dares to talk about swords? Everything is false, only I, Shenyuan. You don't have to pay attention to this person. I will deal with him when I see him. Chapter 1602. Burned Incense suggested, as for the star-plucking heavenly gate, I think we don't need to waste any more effort. If we have the time and manpower, why don't we turn to other directions? For example, Scarlet Sun, Kongjie, and Du Tian? That's a story for later. The key is that we can't afford to lose the battle of the anchor chain order. Although my strength is unquestionable, our weakness is also very obvious. We sent too few people, and we didn't come to fight. Now that we've encountered something like the anchor chain order, we need to plan well. It was an indisputable fact that the 5th ring had sent too few people. There were many reasons for this, such as self-confidence, the distance, the lack of manpower, and so on. However, even though only a small number of people had come in exchange for 5, the other forces would not do the same. For example, the light domain, which was the closest to Yi Futian, had sent the most people. They had a team of nearly 100 grand cultivators, and they looked very determined to win. Of course, not all of them were perfected lords, and there were also some nascent soul realm cultivators. However, in terms of numbers, they were indeed the best. There were also many other forces, and they were all in the scale of dozens of people. Only the 5th ring only sent a mere 7 people. From a diplomatic standpoint, they had more than enough people. After all, a single mouth was more than enough. However, they would be at a huge disadvantage in a team mission like Order. This meant that the Ying Yuan Taoist faction would still be led by Ying Yuan. It was hard to say how much of an impact the 5th ring cultivators would have on this mission. Lack of manpower had always been the 5th ring's weakness. They didn't feel it before, but it immediately became apparent in the chaos of the universe. Brilliant Light didn't care. Having fewer people doesn't mean that our combat power is weak. This isn't a big problem. What we need to decide now is which force we should ally with to ensure that we can get the position of the anchor claw in the end. Fight for first place. This was not only Xuanyuan's way of doing things, but also the 5th ring people's way of doing things. Since they wanted to show their faces in the anchor chain order, they wouldn't even consider the anchor chain order. The anchor claw was their only goal. There were 2 anchor claw, which meant that it was best for them to reach an agreement with one force and support each other to reach the top instead of being enemies with all forces. This was the most basic tactic. If you didn't have any allies when 8 forces were fighting, it would be very difficult and very stupid. Shoru muttered, in theory, cooperating with Juzian is our best choice, because we have common interests. In the last war, we were basically on the same side. However, the people of Juzian are relatively weak. After interacting with them for 100 years, I don't have high hopes for their combat power. If we really fight for it, not only will they not be able to help, but they will also drag us down. Henghe and the 3 caves are out of the question. They're like birds in a pot, and there's no basis for cooperation. Zhaixing is aloof, and needless to say, there's only Fu Chen and Guangming left to choose. Everyone, take a look. Which one best suits our interests? Pingting frowned and said, Junior Marshal brother, there's no point in thinking this way. This is a 2-way choice. If we choose them, they will also choose us. Which force would think that cooperating with a 5th ring would be profitable? In my opinion, there's no need to think about floating sunrise and light. They have their own ambitions, and hope to form an alliance with Anchor Chain. Therefore, floating sunrise and light's alliance is unbreakable. There's no need for us to waste our effort. The 2 best choices were Juzian and Heaven's Choice. Juzian is a natural ally, so we can't give up. As for Heaven's Choice, after that great battle, whether it's Heaven's Choice Buddhism or Heaven's Choice Taoism, they've all faintly expressed goodwill towards us 5th ring. They're not weak either. Shoru nodded. He agreed with his senior martial sister's judgment. In this regard, the Jiolan people's foresight was always very unique. I understand what senior martial sister means. Juzian and Heaven's Choice will form a family with us 5th ring. That means Kai Yang and Kong Jie are in a good position to join forces with the 3 realms. Merciful Travel supported by Henghe and the 3 caves supported by Buddhism are in the same group. Floating Sunrise supported Nuo Ruo and Light supported Heaven's Choice. Finally, there's the Lone Star picking Heavenly Sect. Is that so? Everyone felt that it made sense. Only Chiman Duanjia Wu was a little speechless. Please. You only care about yourselves and the attitudes of these external forces. Have you considered the feelings of the main force? They also have their own grievances and alliances. As far as I know, in our so-called alliance, Kai Yang and Kong Jie are at odds. How can they cooperate? If you ask me, it's just a chaotic battle. Let's see when they fight. Who cares so much? His words made everyone lose their temper. As the saying went, guests should follow the wishes of the host. No matter how much they thought here, it was useless if the main force was not willing. Burned Firewood sighed. Let's report our intentions to Ying Yuan and see what they think. In the end, their intentions are the most accurate. But we can't just do nothing. Let's contact each other first and have a general framework. At least if we really start fighting, our 3 families can support each other. It won't just be an internal fight. There has to be some trade-offs. It's good to have some important points and some to give up. When they were alone outside, they could not act according to their wishes. There was a lot of helplessness. Fighting for a good sequencing position was not something they could completely decide. After all, there was a main force here. The Anchor Chain celestial void map that appeared once every 360 years would be reflected in a part of the void beyond the heavens, a region more than a month away from the Anchor Chain realms. At that time, the true location of the 7 Anchor Chain realms would be reflected in the map. Because it was a miniature image, the actual size of the realms and the distance between them would be quite different from the actual one. It was more like an enlarged version of the Void Star map. In such a Void Star map, the projection of each realm could be dragged because it was a virtual image and not an actual realm. During this period, once the entire star map miniature was finalized, it meant that in the future, the 8 realms of the Anchor Chain realm would be rearranged according to their changed positions. They would also have different strengths of spiritual opportunity. Once every 360 years, it would determine the development and strength of the 8 realms for the next 300 years. The strong would always be strong, and the weak would always be weak. There were only a few realms that had been holding the anchor arm. Similarly, there were only a few realms that had been messing around on the anchor chain and anchor pole. Ying Yuan's position was in the middle. Perhaps one day, if he was lucky, he could run to the anchor arm and stay there for 300 years. However, he had never been to the anchor arm where spiritual opportunity was the most abundant. If he was unlucky, he would slip to the anchor pole or even the anchor chain. However, he had never slipped to the last position on the anchor chain. The middle position was their favorite. The people of the 5th ring realm reported their opinions and soon received a reply. When it came to their own interests, Daoist Ying Yuan would not be as insistent and self-admiring as the Zhaixing sect. Since most of the other realms had found helpers, why wouldn't they? Those who fought were all supremes. There was a huge difference in their fighting strength. To have such a group of top experts out of nowhere, it was self-evident that it would improve the fighting strength of the realms. It was not a dispensable force. Even though the orthodoxy in front of the river was extraordinary, it was still difficult to solve such a problem. It would take time. He didn't feel bad about snatching most of the spiritual body's possessions before the river. He was the one who didn't want to take them, so why shouldn't he let others take them? The key to making friends was that you couldn't be too serious. You couldn't use the standards of a saint to measure others. You had to allow others to have flaws. Everyone was imperfect, including yourself. How could you expect others to be perfect? During their time together on the Ferris wheel, he still appreciated the words and deeds of this Taoist. He was a person worth associating with. He was straightforward and meticulous, so he was worth trusting. Although he was a little short-sighted and could not see the fated chance, who was not like this? Lu Xiaoyi didn't want it only because he saw a bigger fated chance, that was all. He rarely deliberately made friends with others. He never did. Other than his beautiful senior sisters, they were another kind of creature. The reason why he broke his vow here was not because of the person, but because of the anchor chains. As a full participant of the last cosmic war, after hundreds of years of traveling in the void, his grasp of the overall situation of the universe had far exceeded the scope of an individual. Although he didn't know the actions of the 5 rings, he intuitively knew that the anchor chains, floating sinking light, and several other powerful boundaries would play a role in the future cosmic war. Although they might not be very important, they would be a weight that could change the trend. Therefore, having such a possible friend would be beneficial to his grasp of the situation in the future. When he was building his foundation, he learned a principle from Qin Erong. There was no pure friendship. If that was the case, the friendship would not last long. It was best to mix in other things, such as interests, common hobbies, fighting together, spending together. It was like a dish. The ingredients were very important, but it also needed a little salt, a little sugar, a little spicy, and even a piece of stinky tofu. This time, he came to help He Qian solve the small trouble he might have encountered, if he had already returned. If he really died outside, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. This was another matter. He was not noble enough to search the entire universe for this person. The anchor chains were the same as the 5 rings. They did not have a grand membrane of heaven and earth. However, the 5 rings people did not have a grand membrane of heaven and earth because of their arrogance and self-confidence. The people of the anchor chains did not have one because they could not. There were gains and losses. With the repositioning of the mysterious miniature image, the anchor chains also lost some of their normal abilities. In these hundreds of years, the order of the universe was chaotic. Many cultivators came and went. Especially in such a sensitive period, the anchor chains were at a sensitive spatial location. Therefore, they did not care about outsiders. At this time, no one would have any ideas about the anchor chains. Whoever had any ideas about the anchor chains would be pushing the anchor chains to the opponent's side. The atmosphere was a little special. Outside the boundary layer, he saw many cultivators going out. However, there were very few who went in like him. It seemed like they had a purpose. From the way the cultivators flew, it did not seem like they were on a mission or a war. It was more like a spiritual conference. The spiritual conference was the eternal melody of the cultivation world. No one would not cultivate. Few would gather, and one would not be an expert. This had never changed. Zhaixing was a medium-sized boundary. In terms of size, it was bigger than Qing Kong. The mountains and rivers were picturesque and the celestial qi was overwhelming. It was located at the position of the anchor claws. Its spiritual vigor could even be compared to the 5 rings Juzian. It was worthy of being a boundary of the same level. Lu Xiaoyi landed not far from the Zhaixing mountain gate and walked calmly. The Zhaixing mountain gate was located in the middle of the mountains. There was an advantage to this. It was rarely disturbed by mortals. This was the place where the cultivation level was the highest in this world. However, it did not allow the so-called seeking the path of Tao to appear. To mortals, this was a place that they would never be able to reach. This style was actually the orthodox style of Taoism. They left the world alone and used the eyes of another world to look at the mortal world. However, they were not like those mutated orthodoxes who used the excuse of coming into contact with the mortal world to deceive the world and gain fame. Cultivators should act like cultivators. This was because their abilities were already incompatible with the mortal world. Why should they deceive themselves and mingle in the mortal world? They came to the front of the mountain gate and said loudly, "The outer path of the Zhaixing mountain requests to meet the master." Chapter 1604. A person came out from the mountain gate. He was a Yuanian cultivator, and his manners were calm and his speech was appropriate. Although there were always cultivators from external forces who came to visit the mountain gate over the years, the star-plucking sect treated them equally. They only received them according to the standards of normal cultivators. They did not treat them coldly or alienated them, nor did they flatter them passionately. Often, the visitors would retreat in the face of difficulties. After staying for a while, they would know the attitude of the star-plucking sect. In recent years, fewer people came. After all, they were all major cultivators, and no one was willing to be rebuffed again and again. "I'm Zhiguan. May I know your name? Are you here to visit a sect? Or to find a friend?" He was very sure that this man was not a cultivator from other regions of the anchor chain. His expression and behavior were different. Lu Xiaoyi took out the letter that Sangu gave him. "An old man gave me this. He said that I could ask for a cup of water in your sect. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm here to find someone. Sangu and his disciple before the river. If they are not here, you can leave the letter talisman. Just know that I've been here. I won't disturb you." Hearing this, Zhiguan took the letter talisman and checked it. He smiled. No matter whether they are here or not, Senior Shui Ju of Zhaixing sect must have a drink before you leave. Otherwise, the martial uncles will blame me for not knowing how to do things and neglecting the distinguished guest. "Senior, please come in. We don't dare to be rude to the friends of Zhaixing sect. How can you stand in front of the gate and say that? I'll send another message to the sect and ask someone to see if the 2 martial uncles are still here." Big sects had their own rules. Those who came out to entertain guests were always the most reasonable, respectful, broad-minded, quick-witted, and eloquent. Lu Xiaoyi had visited countless sects in various regions, but he had never seen a fool who put a fool at the door and then caused trouble for no reason. This point was all nonsense in the history of cultivation in the mortal world. It was probably because the author had never seen a real cultivation sect, so he used the old landlord's concierge as a concierge in the cultivation world. It was also very funny. Lu Xiaoyi was a talkative person. Even if he didn't have a sharp tongue, he wouldn't have gotten this job. Lu Xiaoyi was also a talkative person. He was humorous and didn't bother about trifles. Let me tell you, if anything happens to that master and disciple pair, just pretend that I never came. Oh right, when I came here, I saw a lot of people flying out. Why, what kind of festival is this? Or did you go to the wedding banquet? Guanji laughed. Senior, you must be joking. You're new here and don't really understand the special days of the anchor chain. It's like this, every 360 years. When Lu Xiaoyi heard this, he felt that he had run into trouble again, but he couldn't be bothered to get involved. He was unfamiliar with this place, and if he got involved carelessly, not only would he not make friends, but he would also make a strong enemy for the fifth ring. Since it was just a passing remark, it was impossible for Guanji to tell the inside story. Therefore, he didn't know that the anchor chain had already formed a clique and was in a complete mess. Not long after, He Qian hurried over. He was obviously surprised by Lu Xiaoyi's arrival. He knew that the swordsman would definitely pass by the anchor chain on his journey. He was thinking about how to find an opportunity to make up for his greed at that time, but he didn't expect the swordsman to really come to him. Just as Master said, this person was open-minded and didn't care about worldly things. The two flew into the depths of the mountain. He Qian asked, Senior Lu, you're flying really slowly. You're 10 years later than me and Master. Where did you go to have fun? Lu Xiaoyi sensed carefully and didn't find anything wrong with this guy. Yuan didn't have to lie to him. Either Zhai Xing's skills were good, or he gave the space energy body to someone else. Well, I met a beauty halfway, and then found a celestial body to live a life of plowing and weaving for a few decades. I had a bunch of children, so I came to you to ask for some money for milk powder. He Qian had long gotten used to this person's frivolity. The more the swordsman was like this, the more relaxed he was. This meant that the swordsman didn't take it to heart. He sighed, feeling that such a friend was hard to come by. Sure. If it's convenient, send me the anchor chain, and I'll arrange it. Enough chit-chat. Originally, you came to the anchor chain because I had to accompany you to travel the 8 anchor chain worlds, but you came at a bad time. I'm going to the outer space for a few days, and I'm afraid it'll be a while before I return. Old brother, if you're not in a hurry to leave, why don't you wait for me for a few days? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Is it for the domain order? He Qian was surprised. Old brother, your ears are very long. You even know this? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. I just entered the world today. How would I know about the twists and turns of your anchor chain? I only learned about it from Guanji. Let me say this first, you can deal with the star-plucking matter yourself. Don't drag me into it. I've recently comprehended the great Tao and cultivated my character. I hate fighting and killing the most. He Qian was disdainful. Old brother Lu, what are you trying to say? You don't want to participate? You don't know, right? Your fifth ring people are already involved, including your Shenyuan sword vein. You're pretending to be a saint here. You fifth ring people should wash off the blood on your body first. Lu Xiaoyi was shocked. There were fifth ring people here? And the swordsman? Which one? Come. Tell me what's going on. I didn't even know that someone from my family came. After He Qian explained, Lu Xiaoyi finally understood the truth of the matter. It seemed that during his hundreds of years of travel, no one had been idle. He Qian put on airs. The sequencing is in 3 months, so this is basically the time for everyone to set off. Even if you set off for the Ying Yuan realm now, you probably won't be able to meet them in time. If you want to meet your family, you have to go to the sequencing place. Why, do you still want to pretend to be a saint? Lu Xiaoyi acted naturally, as if he hadn't said those words just now. Brother, who do you think we are? Isn't my business your business? Your business or... You see, I came all the way here to the anchor chain. I didn't care about anything else and came to see you immediately just for your safety. I was afraid that you would be damaged by that ball of spatial energy, so I asked Yuan for a way to save you. I'm doing this wholeheartedly. Can't you help me and bring me along? He Qian sensed that something was wrong and became alert. How do you know that there's something wrong with that ball of spatial energy? Are you on? It's still alive. Old brother Lu, you're not being honest. You saw that something was wrong at that time and just watched me swallow the energy, right? To think that I felt guilty for such a long time. It turns out that the real shameless person is you. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. I didn't know at that time. I was just a little suspicious. You swallowed it so quickly, as if someone wanted to snatch it from you. I don't have any bad intentions, do I? If I really say it out loud, don't you think that I want a share of the loot? Then I bumped into our yuan and finally got rid of it. I knew that there was something wrong with that ball of spatial energy. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I rushed to the anchor chain with all my might. He Qian looked at him. What kind of heart would it take to tell such a shameless lie? Risked your life. A swordsman who's known for his speed running with all his might was 10 years slower than me, who was even further away. Chapter 1605. He Qian realized that his pure heart had suffered a blow. There was nothing wrong with being greedy, the problem was with his methods. He was depressed and had nowhere to vent. At least he was here, and this wasn't fake. Fortunately, he made the right decision at that time. Otherwise, who knew how much more he would have to suffer? The only benefit of knowing the truth was that his state of mind had been completely opened, and he no longer owed swordsman anything. Thus, he spoke much more impolitely. Since you're here, don't be idle. As a fighter, you have to have the self-awareness of a fighter. Do you want to watch the show from the side when you go with me? What are you thinking? Lu Xiaoyi rubbed his nose, regretting saying all this. It's not a problem to fight with you, but the problem is, will Zhaixing vote for the fifth ring? If you can make a decision, I'll sacrifice my life to ensure that Zhaixing can still stay in Anchor Claw. How about it? This deal isn't too much, right? He Qian said angrily, of course it's too much. It's way too much. Do you think you can exchange your strength for the support of an entire realm? How do you calculate this? You only want to take advantage of me, and you're not willing to take any losses? The two of them were quarreling here, not giving in to each other. He Qian suddenly froze for a moment, then said to Lu Xiaoyi, come with me. Come with me. The sect's patriarch wants to see you. Lu Xiaoyi was also puzzled. Why do they want to see me? I'm not familiar with your ancestor. He Qian was also confused. He guessed that his master San Bei might have said something to the sect's higher-ups. Although he was surprised, he didn't have any ill intentions. After all, the power behind swordsmen was terrifying. The star-picking heavenly sect was very neutral among the various forces trying to rope them in. However, he also knew that in the current cultivation world, no one could truly remain untainted unless you were willing to go with the flow. Then, what would the sect's choice be? Brother, how many Zhaixing ancestors do you have? Who's the matter? I'm not trying to pry into your sect's secrets, but you know, different people will have different attitudes when they look for me. The person I'm going to meet with you now is not me, Lu Xiaoyi, but the conversation between Zhaixing and Shenyuan. You can understand this, right? Of course, He Qian understood. In the past few hundred years, there had been countless cultivators from other sects who came to visit the sect. However, they were all stopped by the normal procedures and were received equally by the senior brothers of the sect. However, none of them had ever reached the level of an elder ancestor. Therefore, even though He Qian did not know which elder ancestor it was, since it was an elder ancestor, it was unlikely that it was a personal matter. This was a fundamental difference. It showed that the sect valued this swordsman very much. We have quite a number of ancestors in the star-plucking sect, but there aren't many who are actually in charge of the sect. There are only 4 or 5 people, and they are respectively. The appearance of these patriarchs could basically represent the attitude of the entire Star Caesar sect. Therefore, even though I don't know which one it is, you just have to answer carefully. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, right, there's also this great ancestor, Silkworm-breaking elder. He's the real head of the star-plucking sect, but he rarely shows himself in front of others. The last time I saw him was when I became a monarch. Anyway, no matter who you meet, the sect will definitely have their own opinions. I'm sure you know what you should say and what you shouldn't say. This matter concerns the relationship between the two sects. It's not something that can be brushed off by a few words of nonsense. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Thank you, brother. Treat me to a drink later. After he finished speaking, he followed the direction He Qian pointed and flew towards a small hall hidden in the mountains. He Qian was left to wait in the same place. He wondered why the swordsman wanted him to treat him to a drink even though he knew he owed him a favor. Was this the habit of the people of the Fifth Ring sect? Lu Xiaoyi stepped into the hall. The small wooden hall was clearly visible under his divine sense. With his current level of ability, even the half-immortals had been taken to the upper realm. There was no one in the cultivation world in the mortal world who could pose a fatal threat to him. No one could appear in front of him in a certain way. In other words, no one could pretend to be weak in front of him, no matter what method they use. Within the temple, there was only one old daoist sweeping the floor. He wasn't using the methods of cultivators, but rather, the methods of mortals. Lu Xiaoyi felt that the old daoist was somewhat unfathomable. Seeing that a guest had entered, the old Taoist didn't pretend to be profound. Instead, he arranged the tools in his hands and smiled. This wooden hall is a deserted one. It has been in disrepair for a long time. Few people come here. I want convenience and peace, so I'll make do with it. After the two saluted each other, they sat cross-legged facing each other. The owner took out a tea set and set it up simply. His movements were calm and unhurried, as if he was responding to the natural flow of heaven and earth. This was the natural rhythm of cultivators who had reached a certain level of cultivation. It wasn't deliberate, but it had integrated into nature, as if it was a part of nature. It was a supreme young spirit. I'm Broken Silkworm. I know that you're traveling in the anchor chain, so I invited you to meet me. Please don't be offended. Lu Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this meeting might be unusual.